Chapter 182. When Tang Zheng walked out of the examination room, almost everyone looked at him. He was the first person to walk out of the examination room, and it was indeed a bit too early. Immediately, there was a lot of discussion. Many people had recognized him as the protagonist of the admission ticket incident. For a time, Tang Zheng attracted more attention. Without a doubt, Tang Zheng was the undisputed center of attention today. He held his head high and puffed out his chest without the slightest bit of discomfort. He just wanted to let others see what kind of feats this trash, last place, could accomplish. Lu Qingmei looked at him and anxiously asked, "Tang Zheng, why did you come out so early?" "The exam is over." "The exam is over?" Lu Qingmei found it hard to believe. Even the teachers and parents next to them were surprised. Finishing the entire set of Chinese test papers in an hour was just too valiant. Really? Some people questioned. Tang Zheng smiled and didn't answer other people's questions. Lu Qingmei was still not at ease and asked, "Was it because of Wu Zuiheng's matter that disturbed you?" "Too hateful. This matter is not over with her. I will definitely make her accept the punishment of the law." Lu Qingmei's character was cold and she rarely got angry, but there was no doubt that Wu Zuiheng's actions touched her bottom line. %C. Seeing her so worried, his eyes revealed undisguised guilt. Tang Zheng whispered, "Sister Mei, believe me, I did very well on the exam. Otherwise, I wouldn't have handed in the paper so early." Lu Qingmei stared blankly at him when he called her Sister Mei. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, and thinking of his previous shocking actions, Lu Qingmei gradually believed him. She nodded and said, "Well, I believe you. Next, let's prepare for the exam in the afternoon, or go rest first." "No need, I'll wait for Shishir here," Tang Zheng said. "Then chat with me for a while." Lu Qingmei smiled. During this period of time, the smile on her face gradually increased. Even she herself did not notice this subtle change. An hour later, there were people handing in their papers one after another. When they came out, many students were comparing their answers with each other. Some of them got it right and cheered, while others got it wrong and were dejected. On the contrary, Tang Zheng was the most relaxed person. Lu Qingmei looked at him and couldn't help but tease, "I think you're even more relaxed than me. You don't look like a candidate at all." "I have confidence," Tang Zheng said indifferently. Lu Qingmei laughed involuntarily, and said, "I've rarely seen someone as confident as you. Those who don't know your background would think that you're arrogant. Even if you want to be arrogant, you need to have the ability to back it up." "Alright, I can't out-talk you." Tang Zheng watched from afar as Yi Dingdang walked out. He asked casually, "How did you do?" "Not bad." "Did you find your admission ticket in the end?" Yi Dingdang asked curiously. "Of course." "When did you come out?" "An hour ago." Yi Dingdang's eyes widened in disbelief, so early. She already knew that Tang Zheng was hiding his strength, but she didn't think that it would be so terrifying. He actually handed in his paper in an hour. The other students who came out also heard of Tang Zheng's great achievements. They couldn't help but stare at him like he was a monster. Someone silently cursed, "He usually gets last place." Could it be that he gave up and ran out after randomly answering the paper? Many people had this thought, so they looked at Tang Zheng with complicated eyes. But there was one person who looked at Tang Zheng with even more complicated eyes. Fear mixed with coldness. Takashi also handed in his paper and came out. He sat far away and quietly looked at Tang Zheng. Takashi and the other students didn't get along very well, so no one looked for him to compare answers. He was like a venomous snake quietly lurking. Tang Zheng didn't notice his eyes, otherwise he would have seen a trace of deja vu. Feng Yong walked out and ran towards Tang Zheng from afar. "Boss, did you take the exam?" "Of course I did." "How was the exam?" Feng Yong laughed, "I knew that boss would definitely take the exam. Otherwise it would be a loss to the country." "I did pretty well." There were only a few questions that I didn't have much confidence in. Tang Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good luck." Then he walked towards Fang Shishir. Fang Shishir excitedly pulled his hand and said, "You handed in your papers so early. I was worried to death for you." "Ha, since there's nothing to do, it's boring to sit inside. I don't have as much patience as you. When I came out, I glanced and saw that you were almost done. Why did you only come out now?" "Of course I had to check carefully. There can't be any mistakes." "And, keep it up," Tang Zheng praised. Everyone got on the bus one after another to eat lunch. Then they took a break and prepared for the afternoon exam. The news of Tang Zheng's exam permit had already spread among the students. Feng Yong was filled with righteous indignation. "Boss, this old witch is too evil. She actually framed you like this. You must not let her go." Even the other students who weren't familiar with Tang Zheng said, "Tang Zheng, this matter must be investigated to the end. This kind of teacher is simply a student's nightmare." Fang Shishir held Tang Zheng's hand. She didn't expect that he had experienced such a complicated story. She couldn't help but speak up for him. "Yes, we must investigate to the end. It's too much to accuse someone wrongly." Tang Zheng moved close to her ear and whispered, "Actually, what the old witch said was right. The exam permit in my hand is indeed fake." "Ah!" Fang Shishir was shocked. Seeing the others look over, she quickly covered her mouth. What happened? Tian Chanzi used illusions to make a fake exam permit to deceive people, Tang Zheng said as he took out the exam permit. Fang Shishir looked left and right. This exam permit couldn't be more real. But since Tang Zheng said so, then this exam permit must be fake. This illusion is really mysterious. Master is really amazing. When we go back, I must properly thank him, Fang Shishir said happily. Suddenly, her heart moved. But how did Wu Zuehong know that your exam permit is fake? Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, "This is the strange part. That's why I suspect that the loss of my exam permit has something to do with her." "Could it be that she stole your exam permit?" Fang Shishir couldn't believe it. Tang Zheng nodded, "Most likely. She and I have a bet. She was worried that I would get first place. Before, she used the tuition fee to force me to drop out. This time, she didn't want me to take the exam so that she could win the bet. Despicable, too despicable and shameless." Fang Shishir was furious. "We must not let her go. We must do something to teach her a lesson." Seeing that she was like an angry lioness, Tang Zheng laughed. "Don't be so angry. She's just a clown. She won't be able to make big waves." Fang Shishir resolutely shook her head. "No. She is targeting my boyfriend. I can't just sit and watch." "Then what do you want to do?" Tang Zheng curiously asked. Fang Shishir's face was red. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Beat her up." Tang Zheng really wanted to laugh and say, "You've never beaten anyone before. That's why I don't mind making an exception for you." Fang Shishir's expression was firm. Tang Zheng patted her hand and said, "You don't have to worry. I'll take advantage of the lunch break to meet her. I'll go with you." "Okay." After eating lunch, the other students went to a nearby hotel to rest. This hotel had already been booked by Pengcheng International School. This was a school practice. This aristocratic school did not lack money. In order to create the best exam atmosphere for the students, they specially booked a hotel for the students to rest. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir quietly slipped out of the hotel and returned to Pengcheng International School. They went straight to the teacher's dormitory. During the college entrance exam, the school was on holiday. Therefore, there were no students in the school. Even the teachers were very few. Tang Zheng heard that Wu Zuehong had been brought back to her dormitory. Pengcheng International School's teachers were treated very well. They were all assigned dormitories. However, many of the teachers did not live here. They only used it as a temporary resting place. Wu Zuiheng also did not live here. However, she would usually come to the dormitory for lunch break. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir quietly went upstairs. They did not meet a single person. They directly went to Wu Zuiheng's dormitory door and listened. With Tang Zheng's extraordinary hearing, he heard everything clearly. Wu Zuiheng was talking to herself, "The exam ticket is clearly in my hands. How could he take out another one? My exam ticket is the real one." Wu Zuiheng was puzzled. Just now, she had checked the exam ticket countless times. Based on her many years of college entrance exam experience, this exam ticket was the real one. In other words, the one Tang Zheng took out was a fake. But how could he fool the staff? Moreover, why did he prepare it beforehand? It was as if he knew what she was going to do. Wu Zuiheng found that she was gradually unable to see through Tang Zheng, this student who had won her many honors in the past. Because of his poor family background, she made things difficult for him. She did not reflect on her attitude towards Tang Zheng. Instead, she was tangled up in the exam ticket issue. "No, he embarrassed me this time. Even the principal has a problem with me. Moreover, that bitch Lu Qingmei is fanning the flames. I definitely can't stay in this school. Well, the other school has already asked me to go there. Since I can't stay here anymore, then I can't let Tang Zheng have it easy. He only took one exam. I must find a way to stop him from taking another exam." She muttered to herself as if she was possessed. Her eyes flashed with a sinister light. Suddenly, she had an idea: "I'll drug him so that he can't take the exam." Her eyes gradually lit up. She suddenly turned around and wanted to go out. However, she found two people standing at the door. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir gnashed their teeth as they looked at her. The two of them noiselessly entered the room and heard her muttering clearly. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. She never changed. She was too vicious. She even wanted to drug Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng rejoiced. If it wasn't for Fang Shishir's reminder, he would have found out about Wu Zuiheng's vicious plan. If Tang Zheng was drugged, he didn't know if his body could withstand it. In short, it would definitely affect his exam. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. How did you come in?" Wu Zuiheng's plan was exposed. Her face was pale as she stared at the two people in disbelief. Chapter 183. Wu Zuiheng, you're too vicious. You actually want to use poison to harm Tang Zheng. Fang Shishir could not suppress her anger as she trembled as she spoke. Wu Zuiheng flew into a rage. He brought all of this upon himself. Time and time again he went against me. You can't blame me. You still have the face to say this. When Tang Zheng was in class 1, how much honor did he earn for you? You're simply ungrateful. Fang Shishir complained. Wu Zuiheng disdainfully said, "That's what he should do. A pauper came to our school and even waived all tuition fees. If he didn't earn a bit of honor, then what's the point of having him here? Don't tell me we're just going to let the money go to waste." After Wu Zuiheng went through the initial panic, she became calm and composed. She always believed that she was a teacher and was a level above the students. Even if she was exposed, she was not afraid. "Shut up!" Fang Shishir hysterically roared. She was really angry. "I used to respect you so much. It turns out you're this kind of person. I can only blame myself for being blind." Wu Zuiheng curled her lips and said, "Fang Shishir, you're also not a good student. I used to think so highly of you, but you actually transferred to class 7 for a trash like him. You've embarrassed me." "Enough!" Tang Zheng roared. His voice was like thunder exploding in Wu Zuiheng's ears. Seeing Tang Zheng's angry appearance, Wu Zuiheng was not afraid. Instead she proudly laughed. "Did I say anything wrong? She and you are jackals of the same tribe. It's just that she pretended to be good before." Since she was prepared to leave this school, she did not care about offending Fang Shishir and exposing her true and sinister side. Tang Zheng, you're angry, right? But what can you do to me? I'm a teacher and you're a student. You can never do anything to me. Although you heard my plan and will definitely take measures, I have other plans that you won't be able to guard against. You want to get into a university? Keep dreaming, ha! Wu Zuihong laughed, not bothering to hide her malevolence. Crazy, she's already completely crazy. She can't be reasoned with. Fang Shishir angrily said. I'm crazy, ha! How can I be crazy? I'm very clear-headed. Wu Zuihong retorted. Tang Zheng's face was gloomy as he looked at the crazy her and said, I really feel sorry for you. You spent so much effort to deal with me. In fact, I never treated you as my enemy because you are too insignificant. You are not worthy of being my enemy. Wu Zuihong's expression suddenly changed. What? You're saying that I'm not worthy? To say. You to say. Tang Zheng shook his head, but on the contrary, he was not too angry, only sorrowful. Tangling with this kind of person for too long was simply a waste of time. You, too. Be. She must have harmed a lot of people in the past. Let her be immersed in madness for the rest of her life. Just treat it as the punishment she deserves. Tang Zheng said coldly without the slightest bit of pity. He didn't want to continue entangling with her, but he couldn't let this potential danger exist. Tang Zheng, I think you're the crazy one. You've offended me. I won't let you have an easy time. Wu Zuihong roared. Tang Zheng, do it. I don't want to see her like this again. Fang Shishir said in disgust. Tang Zheng nodded and pulled out the War Soul sword. During this period of time, in order to guard against the attacks of the martial organization, he had been carrying the War Soul sword with him. Even today, he brought it with him during the college entrance exam. What are you doing? Do you dare to kill me? Wu Zuihong looked at the War Soul sword that was shining with a cold light. She was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Tang Zheng curled his lips and snorted, using the War Soul sword to kill you is simply an insult to the War Soul sword. I said I would make you go crazy, so I will naturally make you go crazy. Tang Zheng silently used his qi. Immediately, the War Soul sword flashed with a black light and a huge monster flew out, flying straight towards Wu Zuihong. Wu Zuihong's eyes widened as she stared at the thing that was flying towards her. The War Soul sword was tall, its clothes were ragged and its face was ashen. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the green-faced beast, just one look was enough to make people feel terrified. This. What is this? Wu Zuihong felt her entire body turn cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Moreover, a fishy smell assaulted her face. She couldn't help but shiver. Tang Zheng sneered and didn't answer her. The War Soul sword suddenly threw her to the ground and opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow her. Wu Zuihong finally couldn't endure the fear and shouted, No! The chilly wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The room was like a ghost world. Wu Zuihong had hallucinations in an instant. It was as if there were many green-faced, fanged ghosts pouncing on her from all directions, demanding her life. Even two hands reached out from her feet to grab her ankles and drag her down to the ground. This was the terrifying part of the Yin Qi. Many people in places where the Yin Qi was strong and their minds were not firm, they would involuntarily think of terrifying things. This was also why Xia Yaoren would unconsciously feel a sense of fear when he entered a haunted house. It was because the Yin Qi affected the brain waves and the subconscious uncontrollably produced hallucinations. Wu Zuihong was like this. She kept twisting and turning as if she wanted to break free from something. The War Soul sword stood by her side and didn't move at all. However, a steady stream of Yin Qi was emitted, filling the entire room. Ghost, ghost, don't catch me, don't catch me. Wu Zuihong screamed at the top of her lungs. This was the first time Fang Shishir saw the War Soul sword. Its terrifying appearance made her somewhat afraid and she couldn't help but pull on Tang Zheng's clothes. Tang Zheng quickly held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you." Feng Shishir nodded and took a deep breath. "I'm not afraid with you here." Then she looked at the twisted Wu Zuehong. "She's already gone crazy, right?" Tang Zheng nodded. "She's scared out of her wits. She can't harm anyone in the future." "Serves her right," Feng Shishir said in disgust. "Let's go. Her screams are so loud, it won't be long before other people come." Tang Zheng withdrew the War Soul sword and expressionlessly looked at Wu Zuehong. Her facial muscles were twisted together and she was trembling non-stop. He pulled Feng Shishir and quickly left the dormitory. Wu Zuehong's screams finally attracted people. When they saw her incontinence, her face was pale and she was trembling non-stop. Everyone was in disbelief. However, someone immediately suggested that she might have been scared silly by the upcoming punishment, so no one suspected Tang Zheng. The news of Wu Zuehong being scared silly spread like wildfire. Even Tang Zheng and the others in the hotel heard the news. He and Feng Shishir tacitly kept silent. The others had mixed feelings. Wu Zuehong was actually scared silly by the punishment. She was really too weak. However, this was only a small interlude. The college entrance exam continued and everyone put their energy into it. Tang Zheng continued to maintain an abnormal speed of answering the questions. Every time, he would hand in the papers much earlier and then walk out of the exam hall under the almost numb expressions of everyone. Many people who didn't know what was going on shook their heads. This kind of self-abandonment was too undesirable. Some people looked at his confident appearance and muttered to themselves. Could it be that he wasn't giving up on himself, but had truly reached this level of strength? Amidst many doubts and suspicions, the college entrance exam ended. Everyone's lives temporarily came to an end. Everyone was either excited or disappointed, but at least they had walked through the most important journey of their lives. When Tang Zheng and Feng Shishir were preparing to leave the exam hall, Feng Xinyang rushed over. When she saw him and Feng Shishir holding hands intimately, she could not help but sigh. It seemed that Ding Dang was not working hard enough. This girl from the Feng family had him under control. However, Feng Xinyang was not discouraged. There was still a long way to go and it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. "Little handsome brother, how was the exam?" Feng Xinyang asked. "Not bad. Aunt Feng, did you come to pick up Ding Dang?" Feng Xinyang shook her head. "I came specially to find you. Come to our house for dinner. I have something to talk to you about." Feng Shishir curiously looked at Feng Xinyang. She did not know why Tang Zheng and the Ye family had such a close relationship, but she did not open her mouth. Tang Zheng thought about Feng Xinyang's matchmaking and felt a headache. He looked at Feng Shishir and his heart moved as he said, "Aunt Feng, can Shishir come with me?" Feng Xinyang smiled and said, "Of course you can." Feng Shishir sweetly looked at Tang Zheng and tightly held his hand. Yi Dingdang walked over and asked in astonishment, "Feng Xinyang, why did you come?" "I came to invite the little handsome brother to our house." "Let's go, get in the car." Feng Xinyang started the car. Yi Dingdang expressionlessly looked at Tang Zheng and sat in the front passenger seat. Tang Zheng and Feng Shishir sat in the back. The group of people sped into the Ye family manor. Yi Tianlei was waiting for Tang Zheng in the living room. He glanced at Feng Shishir. Feng Xinyang understood and said, "Ding Dang, take Feng Shishir classmate to play for a while. We have something to discuss with the little handsome brother." Yi Dingdang unwillingly curled her lips. Every time her parents looked for Tang Zheng, they were always so secretive. As their own daughter, she was not as good as an outsider. Tang Zheng patted Feng Shishir's hand and gently said, "I'll come find you later." Feng Shishir smiled and obediently nodded. The three of them came to the study and sat down. Yi Tianlei's face was very serious as he said, "Little Tang, our family will go to the capital tomorrow." Tang Zheng was shocked, so fast. "Little handsome brother, During this time, the martial organization has not responded. We feel that something is strange, so we will go back to the capital to inquire about the news. Feng Xinyang also became serious. Tang Zheng's heart moved. During this time, the martial organization had indeed laid low, which was not in line with the martial organization's style of doing things. As long as the martial organization reported the matter of the ordinary balance, the martial organization should not be silent. What was the problem? Little Tang, you really don't want to go to the capital with us? Yi Tianlei asked. Tang Zheng shook his head. He wanted to use the summer vacation to go to Dianan and find a way to get Mu Hongyan's late husband's profound-level magic weapon. Chapter 184. Seeing that Tang Zheng had made up his mind, the couple did not try to persuade him any further and only warned him, then you must be careful in ordinary balance in case the martial organization comes looking for trouble. That's right, is your master still in ordinary balance? Yes. Tang Zheng could not help but think of Lin Hu's report that Tian Chanzi was free and unfettered in Xingshi Bar. It was said that there were many young ladies and even rich madams trying to strike up a conversation with him. Tian Chanzi loitered around the flower bushes, but not a single leaf touched him. He did not have any relationship with any of the women, which made them extremely disappointed. However, it also aroused their interest. They spent all day in the bar just to spend more time with him. There were even a few women who fought over Tian Chanzi. Tang Zheng could not help but sigh. Tian Chanzi's charm was truly great. He did not know how many times his face was compared to Xiao Bai's face. Yi Tianlei and his wife of course did not know about Tian Chanzi's affairs. They let out a sigh of relief. Yi Tianlei said, as long as your master is here, you should be safe for the time being. When we return to Beijing, we will contact you as soon as we find any news about the martial organization. Little handsome brother, which university do you want to apply to? Feng Xinyang changed the topic and asked. Yanqing University. Feng Xinyang's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, that's the best. Ding Dang will also apply to this university. In the future, you two will still be classmates. You have to take care of her. Tang Zheng froze for a moment. He bitterly smiled at Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang slyly smiled. Yi Tianlei did not have the mind to pay attention to his wife's thoughts. His brows were still knitted together as he said, there's another matter. I heard that last time you disrupted Song Yu and Ding Dong's marriage. The Song family is very dissatisfied. If you go to Beijing, there may be some trouble. Song Yu? Tang Zheng immediately remembered. In the beginning, he did not have many conflicts with this young master. Later on, because of Yi Dingdong's marriage, although the two of them did not have any conflicts on the surface, there was definitely a knot in their hearts. Moreover, Song Yu and Qin Lao were scared away by his heavenly flying immortal sword technique. It could be said that he had lost face. Later on, when Yi Xuanji annulled the marriage, it caused the Song family to lose a lot of face, causing cracks to appear in the originally good relationship between the Yi and Song families. Moreover, with the influence of the Song family, they could certainly find out that Tang Zheng played a crucial role in this matter. However, for the time being, no one knew that Yi Xuanji's life was also saved by Tang Zheng. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of people flocking to him for treatment. Little Tang, this matter was caused by Ding Dang. I will definitely not sit by and do nothing. When I return to the capital, I will immediately deal with this matter and try not to cause you any trouble. Yi Tianlei said guiltily. Feng Xinyang coldly snorted and said, if the Song family really wants to cause trouble for little handsome brother, then I will stand up for little handsome brother. Others may be afraid of the Song family, but I am not. Yi Tianlei bitterly smiled, the Song family's influence is much greater than the Ye family. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Song family is a great scholar. If you go, wouldn't you be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Feng Xinyang raised her eyebrows and said without a trace of fear, as long as they dare to deal with little handsome brother, I will fight to the end even if I have to risk my life. Don't forget, who was the one who saved us from the martial organization. Yi Tianlei's expression turned cold and said, of course I didn't forget. Little Tang's kindness to the Ye family cannot be repaid in a lifetime. Of course, I won't let anything happen to him. Uncle Yi, Aunt Feng, your words are too serious. Tang Zheng said with shame. The Ye family had suffered an unexpected calamity and now the two of them were deeply grateful to Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng could not say the truth and could only feel touched in his heart. Different situations call for different measures. If the Song family really wants to deal with me, then let them come. Tang Zheng heroically said. Feng Xinyang laughed loudly and patted Tang Zheng's shoulder. This is what it means to be a real man, indomitable and full of courage. Then little Tang, we will meet again in the capital. Several people walked out of the study. Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir also walked in from outside. Fang Shishir praised, Dingdang, your family's house is really big. No matter how big it is, we won't live in it. We want to go to the capital. That's a pity. When Feng Xinyang heard this, she had a bright idea and said, little handsome brother, if we leave, no one will live in this house. How about you and your grandfather move in? We also have some servants who can guarantee that the old man will live a comfortable life. Fang Shishir looked at Feng Xinyang in surprise. This was a big deal. The house that her family gave Tang Zheng could not be compared to this manor. Why is the Ye family so good to Tang Zheng? She muttered in her heart. Tang Zheng was stunned and refused, Aunt Feng, I appreciate your good intentions. My grandfather will definitely not be used to living in this kind of big house. Moreover, he is not used to being served by others. This is quite good. During this period of time, the old man left early and returned late with a smile on his face. Tang Zheng did not know what he was busy with, but as long as he was happy, Tang Zheng was satisfied. Tang Zheng was not moved by this huge amount of wealth, which made Fang Shishir happy. She had chosen the right boyfriend. Feng Xinyang did not give up and said, that won't do. This is my gift to you. If you refuse, then you are not giving me face. This. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled. This Feng Xinyang's enthusiasm was sometimes a little unbearable. Yi Dingdang stared at Tang Zheng. Her family's house was so good to give to him, but he still refused. Yi Tianlei advised, little Tang, just accept it. In the future, if we occasionally go back to ordinary balance, we can still live there. If we give it to others, we won't feel at ease. As for selling it, it won't be worth much. Won't be worth much. Tang Zheng's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. If this was not worth a bit of money, then everyone in Changheng City would be living in the slums. Tang Zheng could not refuse such kindness. Moreover, money was gradually not that important in his eyes, so he no longer refused and said, okay, I'll accept it. I'll call someone to take care of it. Feng Xinyang beamed with joy, that's more like it. Let's go and eat. After eating, Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir left in a car. Fang Shishir could not help but stick out her tongue and said, the Ye family is too good to you. They are even better than a son-in-law. Tang Zheng gave an embarrassed smile, don't talk nonsense. Humph, I'm not talking nonsense. I think that as long as you agree, especially Yi Dingdang's mother, she will go crazy with joy. She will immediately marry her daughter to you. Fang Shishir said sourly. Tang Zheng laughed out loud, yo, why do I smell a whiff of vinegar? Fang Shishir's charming face turned red. She used her white fingers to poke his forehead and said, I'm reminding you that you have a girlfriend. You can't fool around. Looking at her cute appearance, Tang Zheng could not help but kiss her forehead. Fang Shishir shyly pushed him away. Seeing that they were already in front of her door, she said, my mom will see. What's there to be afraid of? Last time I spent the night at your house. Don't say it. Fang Shishir quickly covered his mouth. Now that the college entrance examination is over, let's go somewhere to play. Other people will travel after the college entrance examination. Tang Zheng's head moved. It would be better to take her with him to Dianan. Otherwise, after this summer vacation, the two of them would not see each other for a long time. Well, I plan a long trip. Tang Zheng said. Fang Shishir also said it casually. She did not expect him to agree. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. She hugged his neck and took the initiative to give him a kiss. You are so good. Tang Zheng hugged her. If I am not good to you, who else can I be good to? Fang Shishir's heart seemed to melt. She blinked and said shyly, why don't you come to my house tonight? Tang Zheng's heart was burning. He hurriedly nodded, okay. During this time, Tian Chanzi supervised his practice. The two of them did not have a chance to be intimate. Now that they were relaxed after the college entrance examination, they took the opportunity to celebrate. I'll wait for you. When Tang Zheng returned home, he found his grandfather sitting on the sofa, watching TV with blank eyes. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he quickly turned his head. Little Zheng, how was the exam? Grandpa, no problem. Just wait for my good results. Tang Zheng said confidently. Tang Dahai smiled with relief, looking at you so promising, I'm really happy. As he spoke, tears appeared in his eyes. Grandpa, this is all thanks to you. If you didn't raise me, I would have died long ago. How could there be today? Tang Zheng said emotionally. Tang Dahai shook his head and said, I only gave you the most basic. It's your own hard work. If your parents see you so excellent, they will definitely be gratified. Tang Zheng's heart felt as if it was fiercely stabbed as he said, Grandpa, in this world, I only have you as my family. Ever since they abandoned me, I have nothing to do with them. Moreover, after so many years, they haven't come back to find me. This shows that they have long forgotten about me. When he was young, Tang Zheng would look at other people's children being loved by their parents. He would be very envious. He would ask his grandfather where his parents were and why they didn't come to see him. Since he gradually understood, he realized that he was abandoned by his parents. So his love for his parents was completely transferred to his grandfather. His grandfather had done too many things for him. He would never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Tang Dahai sighed and said, although I don't know why they were so cruel, I think they must have their own difficulties. The old man was kind and always thought of others as good. Tang Zheng heard this and remained silent. Little Zheng, seeing you so promising, I am very gratified and happy. I know that you are about to grow wings and see the outside world. So there is something I must tell you. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you. Tang Dahai said. What is it? Seeing his grandfather speak so seriously, Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows. Wait a moment, I will go get something for you. Tang Dahai got up and returned to his room. Not long after, he took out a fist-sized wooden box. He trembled as he opened the wooden box. Inside the box was a piece of red cloth. Grandpa, what is this? How come I have never seen it before? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Tang Dahai bitterly smiled as he took out the red cloth and opened it bit by bit. Finally, a sparkling and translucent jade pendant was revealed. With Tang Zheng's shallow knowledge of jade, he could see that the quality of this jade pendant was definitely not comparable to the jade he had bought before. This was a priceless jade pendant. How could his family have such a precious thing? Tang Zheng was confused. Tang Dahai stared at the jade pendant in a daze. His gaze became deep as if he was remembering something. Chapter 185. Seeing the old man not say a word, Tang Zheng also became silent, his eyes fixed on the jade pendant. Looking carefully, the jade pendant actually had a single character engraved on it, Marshall. Free novel portal. Tang Zheng's suspicions were immediately raised. Just what was the origin of this jade pendant? how could it have a single character engraved on it? Tang Dahai let out a long sigh and faintly said, "Little Zheng, there is something I must tell you. That year when I picked you up, you had a keepsake by your side, which was this jade pendant. Later on, I asked many people about it, but no one was clear on the origin of this jade pendant, so I did not delve into it and put it away." Tang Zheng's head moved, his eyes burning as he stared at the jade pendant and said, "This is with me?" Tang Dahai nodded his head. "I think that perhaps this jade pendant can solve the mystery of your life." Saying this, he placed the jade pendant into Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng carefully examined it. The martial character engraved on the jade pendant was bold and powerful, as if it was carved with a knife and an axe, as if it was releasing an imposing aura. This was definitely not the work of an ordinary craftsman, but the work of a master craftsman, especially the martial character. Ordinary people would not see it as anything special, but in Tang Zheng's eyes, it had an indescribable charm, a vast and imposing aura. "Little Zheng, in the future when you go out, ask around for more information about this jade pendant, maybe you can find your birth parents," Tang Dahai faintly said. Tang Zheng's spirit trembled. He placed the jade pendant back into the wooden box and said, "Grandfather, no need, I don't want it. Little Zheng, I know your intentions. You are afraid that I will be sad, but Grandpa will tell you that only when you truly investigate your own background will I be the happiest. Everyone has their own roots, and you also need to know where your roots are." Tang Zheng firmly shook his head, pointed at his feet, and resolutely said, "My roots are here, in our home." Tang Dahai's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion, but he still advised, "Little Zheng, listen to grandfather's words, this is grandfather's wish, you must help grandfather achieve his wish." Saying this, he placed the jade pendant back into Tang Zheng's hands. "In the past, it was my wish to raise you into an adult. Now that I see you so promising, I am satisfied, so my biggest wish now is to meet them." Tang Dahai sighed, "I believe that the heavens have eyes and will definitely let you see them." Tang Zheng blankly looked at his grandfather, he clenched his teeth, hung the jade pendant around his neck and said, "Okay, I promise grandfather." But in his heart, he also determined that he would not be able to investigate the jade pendant's origin. Tang Dahai patted his shoulder, incomparably gratified. In the middle of the night, Tang Zheng secretly snuck into Fang Shishi's home. Currently, her family did not live in a villa, but rather in a high-end residence. On the 9th floor, Tang Zheng quietly jumped through the window into Fang Shishi's bedroom. Shi Mengqin would never have thought that such a high floor would not be able to stop Tang Zheng's sneaky footsteps. Fang Shishi threw herself into his embrace, and took the initiative to give him a kiss, but she felt that Tang Zheng was not enthusiastic, and was a bit strange. "What's wrong?" Tang Zheng secretly sighed. "You have something on your mind, can you tell me?" Fang Shishi rarely saw him like this, and her heart tightened as she asked with concern. "It's nothing, you don't have to worry." Tang Zheng forced out a smile, and tightly hugged her. But Fang Shishi clearly did not believe him, as she stared at him and said, "I am your girlfriend, is there something you can't tell me?" Seeing her concerned eyes, Tang Zheng's heart softened. Fang Shishi pulled him to sit at the head of the bed, nestled in his embrace, and quietly waited for him to speak. Tang Zheng hesitated for a long time, but still told her what happened tonight. Fang Shishi listened with fascination, and her eyes gradually became misty. The person she loved so deeply had so many twists and turns in his past that she had neglected, and she could not help but blame herself. Immediately, she hugged Tang Zheng even tighter, and buried her head in his neck. She gently stroked the jade pendant, and whispered, "Tang Zheng, since you have decided to leave everything to fate, then don't think about these things. If we really are fated to meet again, we will not be able to predict the situation at that time, so we just need to live well now. I will always be with you, and will never leave you." Seeing the tears in her eyes, he gently wiped them away with his hand and said, "All right, let's just live happily now. Everything else can be thrown to the back of our minds. With grandfather here, with you accompanying me, I am the happiest person in the world. I am the happiest person in the world." Fang Shishir smiled through her tears, and took the initiative to undress, revealing her attractive body in front of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's breathing could not help but quicken, as nothing was more important than now. The flames in his heart had been completely ignited. Not long after, the sound of delicate breathing could be heard in the room. Change positions, this time we'll do it from behind. Fang Shishir's face was red, as she shyly suggested. Tang Zheng's spirit was greatly aroused, as he had never tried this position before. He hugged her, changed positions, and began a new round of attacks. He did not know if it was because Fang Shishir heard about Tang Zheng's past, but she became particularly active, as if she wanted to use her body and passion to make him forget all his worries. Hurry up, hurry up. Following Fang Shishir's high-pitched moans, Tang Zheng tightly hugged her, breathing heavily. You're a little different today. The two of them rested for a while, and Tang Zheng curiously said. Fang Shishir charmingly smiled. What's different? More active. Do you like it? Fang Shishir blinked her big eyes. Tang Zheng laughed. Of course I like it. If you like it, then let's do it again. Fang Shishir was not satisfied, so she turned over and sat on him again. Hey, you can't do it. How dare you say I can't do it? I'll let you know my strength. Tang Zheng soon regained his vigor, and Fang Shishir's beautiful voice sounded again. In the morning, before the Fang couple woke up, Tang Zheng quietly escaped. When he came down from upstairs, his legs were a little weak. Last night, Fang Shishir was too fierce, and she actually did it 5 times. The more she fought, the braver she became. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's strength was strong enough, and in the end, he turned her into a pool of soft mud, and she admitted defeat. Tang Zheng let out a long breath. Just like Shishir said, why should he think so much? It would only increase his worries. It was better to do what was in front of him first. When he returned to upwind Shangshui, he saw from afar that his grandfather was anxiously walking out, and he did not even notice Tang Zheng. What happened? Tang Zheng was secretly surprised, and quietly followed him. His grandfather got on the bus, and Tang Zheng stopped a taxi and followed at a distance. Half an hour later, they arrived at the crisscrossed old district in the north of the city. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Are you going back to your hometown? But you don't have to come so early, and you look so panicked. Something must have happened. He did not disturb the other party, and followed from a distance. After a while, they arrived near the garbage dump. Tang Zheng was very familiar with this place. When he was a child, his grandfather picked up junk, and he played here. This was his childhood playground. Tang Dahai quickly walked into a dilapidated yard, and heard a few voices. Old Tang, you are here. This group of people is too bad. Last night, they smashed our place. Old Zhang's head was broken. They are too cruel. Who are the other party? Tang Dahai asked. Who else could it be? Wang Huzi. Someone said indignantly. Tang Zheng's head moved. He also knew this Wang Huzi. He was the owner of a waste collection station. He was tall, surnamed Wang, and had a beard on his face, so he was called Wang Huzi. The people who picked up junk here sold their waste to Wang Huzi. Even Tang Dahai's waste was sold to Wang Huzi. It was said that Wang Huzi had made a lot of money in recent years. How could the old man have a conflict with Wang Huzi? We didn't provoke him. Why did he smash our collection station? Tang Dahai was also a little angry. Don't you understand? Wang Huzi saw that our price was fair and stole his business, so he was jealous of us. Tang Dahai angrily said, everyone knows that Wang Huzi usually lowers the price. He makes a lot of money. We work hard in the garbage dump, but we only make a little money. Moreover, during this time, he has become more and more excessive. Everyone has almost no money to earn. So, several of us joined forces to set up this collection station. This is for the survival of the masses. Tang Zheng rarely listened to his grandfather's long speech, but he also figured out the reason. It turned out that Wang Huzi deliberately lowers the price so that these people who eat from the garbage dump have no way to go. So, the old man took the lead to set up this collection station. But he didn't expect Wang Huzi to monopolize the business and smash the collection station at night. A burst of anger rose from Tang Zheng's head. His grandfather was bullied by this kind of person. It was outrageous. During this time, he was busy practicing and studying, so he forgot about his grandfather's matter. The old man had nothing to do every day, so he came back to set up this collection station with his old friends. The old man was a person who couldn't stay idle. Of course, Tang Zheng supported the old man's idea of opening a collection station. Since the old man didn't want to be idle, he didn't need to go out early and return late every day. He only needed to guard the collection station and pass the time. This was indeed a good way. When the others heard Tang Dahai's words, they were filled with righteous indignation. "Old Tang, you are right. Wang Huzi is bullying us. He doesn't give us a way to live. What do you think we should do? We can't just close the collection station after a few days." "Of course not," Tang Dahai said firmly. "Then what should we do?" "This." Tang Dahai hesitated for a long time and said, "Let's go find Wang Huzi and reason with him. I don't believe that there is no place for reason in this world." "Old Tang, don't be stupid. If we go find him, isn't that asking for trouble? I heard that behind him are people from the underworld. How can we be their opponents?" When this was said, everyone was silent. These people who lived at the bottom had an innate fear of people from the underworld. "Old Tang, isn't your grandson Little Zheng very powerful? He let you move to a new house. You tell him to go find Wang Huzi and reason with him. He is a student and has studied before. He is definitely better than us," someone suggested. Tang Dahai did not hesitate to refuse. "No." Chapter 186. Tang Dahai's shout surprised the others and they all asked, "Old Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Dahai's face was serious as he said, "Little Zheng is a student and is about to go to college. How can we let him get involved in this kind of thing?" The others didn't understand. "Old Tang, you have raised him for so many years. What's wrong with letting him do something for you? Moreover, I don't think Little Zheng will have any objections." Amazed face, amazed face, Tang Dahai still shook his head. "I said no means no. Old Tang, you are still so stubborn even though you are old. What do you think we should do?" Tang Dahai hesitated for a long time and said, "I will go to Wang Huzi. I don't believe that there is no place in this world that is reasonable." The others shook their heads and sighed. Seeing that their efforts were about to go down the drain and they would be exploited by Wang Huzi in the future, they couldn't help but feel listless. Tang Zheng heard everything clearly outside the courtyard. Of course, he understood his grandfather's painstaking efforts. His grandfather didn't let him get involved in this matter in order to protect him. This was his attitude as always. He had to face all the dangers by himself and let Tang Zheng live under his protection. Even if he already knew that Tang Zheng was not the same as before, he was still subconsciously unwilling to let Tang Zheng take risks. Tang Zheng's heart was both moved and ashamed. He took large strides into the courtyard and shouted, "Grandfather." Everyone subconsciously turned around and looked at him with different expressions. Tang Dahai's face flashed a trace of panic and said, "Little Zheng, why are you here?" "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had so much trouble. I didn't care about you properly," Tang Zheng said with guilt. Tang Dahai waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "Silly child, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. Weren't you busy with the college entrance examination some time ago? Moreover, this is not a big matter. I will solve it in a while." Saying this, he hurriedly gave a look to the others. Although the others really wanted Tang Zheng to help, but seeing Tang Dahai's look, they all awkwardly said, "Yes, Little Zheng, we can solve this matter, you can go back first." Obviously, everyone still cared about Tang Dahai's face. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said, "Grandpa, take me to Wang Huzi. If he dares to smash our acquisition station, I will make him unable to establish himself in ordinary balance." It was rare for Tang Zheng to be so angry, but once it involved his family, his anger would rise exponentially. When the others saw Tang Zheng say such bold words, although they felt that it was a bit exaggerated, they also felt relieved. However, they still advised, "Little Zheng, Wang Huzi is not that simple. He has a backer. If we provoke him, we won't be able to survive here. We won't even be able to live in ordinary balance. That's right, little Zheng, just bear with it for a while. If worse comes to worst, we won't open this purchasing station anymore." Someone chose to compromise. Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't hear it. "Everyone, please lead the way. I will deal with this Wang Huzi today. In the future, no one in the ordinary balance can make things difficult for you." Everyone stopped talking and looked at Tang Dahai, waiting for him to make a decision. Tang Dahai was surprised. He knew that Tang Zheng knew martial arts, but in his impression, Wang Huzi was not a good person. If his grandson provoked him, wouldn't it be very troublesome? Tang Zheng certainly understood what his grandfather was worried about, so he looked into his eyes and said seriously, "Grandpa, do you believe in me?" "Of course I believe in you," Tang Dahai said without hesitation. "If you believe in me, take me to Wang Huzi. I can really solve this problem, and I won't get into trouble," Tang Zheng said confidently. Tang Dahai looked at the eager eyes of the old men around him. He was a little moved. If the acquisition station was gone, it would be difficult for the old men to survive. He had Tang Zheng's filial piety, but the others didn't have such good fortune. Finally, Tang Dahai gritted his teeth and asked, "Little Zheng, do you really have a way to solve this problem and not get into trouble?" Tang Zheng heavily nodded his head as all the people in Changheng City were his people, but his own grandfather and former neighbors were actually being bullied by these so-called gangsters. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. "Then let's go, but we must be careful. Let's go together. It's always good to have more people." Tang Dahai made up his mind. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted, "Let's go and find Wang Huzi. By the way, little Zheng, can you go alone? Wang Huzi has a lot of people, and he is so tall, like a cow. You should call a few more friends to help you." Tang Dahai's face sank. "We are going to reason, not fight." "Why do you call people?" Tang Zheng said, "Don't worry, we are enough. We don't need anyone else." Tang Dahai looked at Tang Zheng with relief. The others were skeptical, but no one had any objections. 6 or 7 people walked together to Wang Huzi's acquisition station. Except for Tang Zheng, the rest of the group were old people in their 60s or 70s. They didn't have any fighting power. The people nearby looked at this strange team and talked about it. "Isn't this old Tang? They must be looking for Wang Huzi. I heard that their acquisition station was smashed by Wang Huzi last night. Aren't they looking for trouble by going to Wang Huzi?" "That's right. Old Tang opened this acquisition station to give everyone a bite to eat. I didn't expect Wang Huzi's heart to be so black. He cut off our way of life. Let's go and see. If they make trouble in the end, we have to persuade them. Otherwise, old Tang will definitely suffer a big loss. It's possible that someone will die." Suddenly, many people followed them from afar and came to Wang Huzi's acquisition station. This acquisition station had been in operation for many years and its scale was much larger. There was also a big wolf dog at the door. This was to prevent people from stealing and to demonstrate to outsiders. Tang Dahai and the others looked at the big wolf dog in fear. The big wolf dog suddenly jumped and barked. "Woof woof woof." An old man was scared and almost fell to the ground. "Don't be afraid. It's locked. It can't jump over." Someone cheered. The old men didn't feel relieved. Instead, their mood became more dignified. This evil dog seemed to be like its owner, It made people feel fear. Who made my wolf unhappy? A roar came from the yard. Everyone recognized this voice. It was Wang Huzi. The old men were just filled with righteous indignation. Now that they saw the evil dog and heard the roar, their hearts were in turmoil and their faces were pale. Tang Jing strode into the yard with his grandfather. At a glance, he saw Wang Huzi sitting under the eaves. He had a toothpick in his mouth and looked at the crowd coldly. Wang Huzi sneered, "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be you old men. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Hee, I heard that your acquisition station was smashed last night. Congratulations." He was extremely arrogant. He didn't put this group of people in his eyes. Tang Dahai stared at him and said angrily, "Wang Huzi, a wise man doesn't do underhanded things. Who did it last night? Everyone knows." Wang Huzi looked at Tang Dahai contemptuously and said disdainfully, "Why? Do you suspect that I did it? You did it and you dare to deny it." The others said indignantly. Wang Huzi grinned and shouted, "F*ck, I did it. What can you do to me? You, lawless." Ha, lawless, I like this word. In this piece of land, I, Wang Huzi, am the law. If you want to make a living under me, you must follow Laozi's rules. Otherwise, all of you can scram. I want to see what else you can do if you don't do this. Most of these old men had no children. If they didn't do this, how could they survive? Wang Huzi obviously ate this point, so he was fearless. He became the local tyrant of this piece of land. The old men trembled with anger and shouted, "Wang Huzi, you will die a horrible death, haha, I will die a horrible death. I see that you old things will die a horrible death. You dare to come to my territory to find trouble. I think you are really tired of living." Everyone was shocked and frightened. They looked at Tang Dahai. Tang Dahai was also very angry. He took a deep breath and said, "Wang Huzi, we are all in the same place. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Moreover, you can't earn all the money by yourself. Can't you give us old men a bite to eat? F*ck, if I give you a meal, who will give me a meal? Moreover, I have a big appetite. If you eat, what will I eat? I want to be hungry. I don't like being hungry." Wang Huzi stood up and walked up angrily. Tang Jing didn't move and didn't speak. Since his grandfather wanted to reason with Wang Huzi, he would let him see clearly that there was no way to communicate with this kind of person. Sure enough, Tang Dahai saw that Wang Huzi was so unreasonable. He couldn't help but be speechless. He came to negotiate, but the other party didn't give him a chance to negotiate. It was clear that they were bullying him. Wang Huzi walked in front of them and looked down at the old men. Puff, he spat out the toothpick and revealed his yellow teeth. "Wang Huzi, are you really unreasonable?" Tang Dahai didn't give up and asked. Wang Huzi contemptuously shouted, "Get lost, or I will release the dogs to bite you old men to death." Tang Dahai didn't speak and looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng understood and took a step forward. He stood in front of the old men and stared at Wang Huzi. Wang Huzi was 1.85 meters tall. Tang Zheng had grown 3 centimeters. He was 1.78 meters tall, but he was still shorter than Wang Huzi by half a head. Wang Huzi didn't put Tang Zheng in his eyes at all. Instead, he was interested and jokingly said, "Oh, you also brought helpers. A few old farts, quite powerful. But isn't bringing such a brat to die? I will open your eyes." Tang Zheng didn't say a word. He didn't have the interest to talk nonsense with this kind of person. The anger in his heart was on the verge of erupting. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't say a word, Wang Huzi thought he was afraid. He roared and punched Tang Zheng's stomach aggressively. Chapter 187. Seeing Wang Huzi hit him without saying a word, several old men exclaimed, but they couldn't do anything. Please add, Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. Seeing that the opponent's fist had already reached his stomach, he reacted first and punched him in the chest. Boom! A muffled sound was particularly clear. Wang Huzi flew back and hit the wall. He fell and couldn't get up. You, who are you? Wang Huzi vomited blood. His eyes turned white. His stomach was in turmoil. He tasted pain that he had never felt before. I am his grandson. Tang Zheng said coldly. F***ck, it turned out to be a tough one. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you can't walk out of this door. Wang Huzi finally recovered and stood up with the help of the wall. There was no fear. Instead, there was a kind of vicious anger from the bottom of his heart. Brothers, come out and deal with this kid. Break his legs for me. F***ck, a group of trash. You dare to go against me. I will let you know the consequences. The sound of footsteps could be heard. 10 people rushed out from all directions of the courtyard. They had heard the commotion but they didn't care about it. Wang Huzi could easily deal with a few old farts. There was nothing to see here. But when they rushed out, they saw Wang Huzi vomiting blood. His facial muscles were twisted because of the pain. They couldn't help but be surprised. Boss, what's wrong? Break that kid's legs for me. Wang Huzi shouted. Okay, boss. Watch us. These thugs rushed up like a swarm of bees. They were a motley crew. There was a world of difference between them and Lin Hu's underlings. These were the unemployed vagrants of the urban-rural fringe. They were collected by Wang Huzi as affront and thugs. But their fighting power was weak, let alone facing a master like Tang Zheng. However, this momentum was still very scary. Exclamations sounded everywhere, "Don't hurt people." But no one listened to this. Several people raised their sticks and rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Dahai's legs trembled. He wanted to rush forward to help Tang Zheng block the attack, but he was firmly protected by Tang Zheng, unable to move. A few of the old men were so scared that they fell to the ground. They were terrified, and even some of the onlookers outside the door were scared and fled in all directions. Tang Zheng didn't move. He looked at the other person coldly, as if he was too scared to move. Whoosh! A wooden stick was thrown at him. Tang Zheng reacted at lightning speed, snatching the stick and swinging it. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the other party's calf bone immediately broke, revealing the white bone underneath. The calf was twisted at a strange angle. Ah! The other party was stunned for a moment before letting out an earth-shattering scream. His face turned the color of pig liver as he opened his mouth wide in horror. The others were all stunned by this scene. They were dumbstruck. This action was too clean, too ruthless. Tang Zheng felt that he wasn't ruthless enough. This group of people used their power to bully others. Moreover, they bullied people who lived at the bottom of society. This kind of people were often more despicable and infuriating than those evil people. Tang Zheng moved, holding the wooden stick. He charged into the crowd, just like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. The stick in his hand fell, clean and nimble. The sound of bones breaking, miserable cries, one after another, rang out incessantly. Tang Zheng's attacks were very accurate. They were all aimed at the other party's calf bone. Not only one leg, but both legs were completely twisted at a strange angle. The white bone was exposed, which was particularly terrifying. Ah, run! The remaining few people screamed in panic. Even their voices were filled with tears. They had never seen someone who could fight so well. Moreover, he was so ruthless. They were really scared out of their wits. Tang Zheng didn't let this group of people go. He chased after them fiercely. The thugs' legs were broken one after another. They lay on the ground screaming. The first person to escape had already rushed out of the courtyard. When he saw the big wolf dog, his eyes lit up and he quickly untied it. Woof woof. The wolf dog barked a few times and pounced on Tang Zheng. Wang Huzi had long been frightened by Tang Zheng's skills. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a fierce person. He was frightened. Suddenly, he saw the wolf dog pounce on Tang Zheng. He was suddenly shocked and shouted, "Wolf boy, good job. Quickly bite him to death. Bite this kid to death." Screams came one after another. Some people couldn't help but close their eyes. This wolf dog was too fierce. This young man was definitely not its opponent. His throat would be bitten soon. Tang Zheng directly threw away the broken wooden stick and clenched his fists. Seeing that wolf boy was about to pounce on top of his head, he shot out a fist like lightning. Boom! The beast didn't even have time to scream. Its head exploded. Flesh and blood flew and sprinkled on Wang Huzi, who was standing not far away. Tang Zheng grabbed the wolf dog's body and threw it out. The last thug was hit hard and fell to the ground. A few of his teeth were knocked out and he fainted. This series of actions was like flowing water. It was full of violent beauty. It made others shocked, especially the blood that stimulated their nerves. Wang Huzi looked at the wolf dog's flesh and blood on his face. He was about to collapse and screamed. Tang Zheng's face was cold as he walked step by step towards Wang Huzi. Wang Huzi stepped back and shouted, "Don't come over, don't come over. Aren't you very arrogant? You dare to smash my grandfather's junk shop. Today is the day you die." Although Tang Zheng only said a few words, the murderous aura he revealed was absolutely terrifying. "Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will cause big trouble. I know Brother Dong. Brother Dong will avenge me," Wang Huzi said in panic. "Who is Brother Dong?" "Ordinary balance boss, Brother Hu's head, Dong Zi. He is very powerful. If you kill me, you won't be able to establish yourself in ordinary balance." Wang Huzi seemed to be grasping at straws as he threatened. Tang Zheng sneered. It turned out that the other party knew Dong Zi and then relied on Dong Zi's name to scare him. It was ridiculous. "Then you call your brother Dong. I will wait for him here," Tang Zheng said lightly. Wang Huzi's eyes lit up and said, "Well, since you don't know life and death, I will call Brother Dong. Don't run, I will kill you in minutes." Suddenly, he seemed to be revived. He smiled sinisterly. With his face covered in blood, it was particularly terrifying. "Well, I will wait. You make the call," Tang Zheng said. The others quickly advised, "Little Zheng, go quickly. Brother Dong must be a person of the underworld. He is Wang Huzi's big backer. If he comes, you can't leave." Tang Dahai wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Tang Zheng's firm eyes, he hesitated but didn't persuade him. Wang Huzi was afraid that Tang Zheng would go back on his words. He quickly hid in the corner and made a phone call. Then he looked at Tang Zheng with a particularly bad look. This look made the others frightened. They tried to persuade Tang Zheng to leave quickly. However, Tang Zheng was indifferent. Instead, he moved a chair and let his grandfather sit down. The others watched this scene with trepidation as they discussed spiritedly. They thought that Tang Zheng was crazy and would definitely suffer in a while. Wang Huzi didn't dare to provoke Tang Zheng. He was afraid that Tang Zheng would kill him immediately. So he hid in the corner and looked at the door expectantly. The other thugs were lying on the ground and screaming, but no one dared to save them, and no one was willing to save these guys who usually acted like a tyrant. Blood spilled all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. This scene was like hell, and it was too impactful. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a series of hurried footsteps outside the courtyard. Everyone's face changed. Wang Huzi rushed to the door as if he saw a life-saving straw. "Brother Dong, you are finally here. Hurry up and clean up this kid. Look at how he beat up my people. He also killed my wolf boy." Wang Huzi complained like a machine gun. Dong Zi was shocked when he saw the messy courtyard. Where did this fierce person come from? He was so ruthless. He glared at Wang Huzi. In fact, he didn't have much friendship with Wang Huzi. He only met Wang Huzi when he was ordered by Lin Hu to come to this area to see if he could pick up some scraps. Today, he happened to be in the north of the city. When he received the call, he came over to take a look. After all, this was young Master Tang's territory. Someone dared to cause trouble in young Master Tang's territory. Of course, he couldn't ignore it. Dong Zi strode in and frowned. Wang Huzi saw this and was happy. Brother Dong was angry. That kid wouldn't have a good ending. Who did it? Dong Zi asked coldly. Wang Huzi quickly pointed at Tang Zheng and said, "It's this kid." Dong Zi looked up and almost shivered. He opened his mouth and walked quickly to Tang Zheng. Wang Huzi saw this and laughed, "Brother Dong, it's him. Hurry up and clean him up." When the others saw this, they all cried out in alarm, but Tang Dahai's heart relaxed. He recognized Dongzi. Back then, he had a grudge with Dongzi, and Dongzi was even taught a lesson by Tang Zheng. Afterwards, it seemed that Tang Zheng's relationship with Dongzi was not bad. Tang Zheng looked at Dongzi calmly. Dongzi felt a chill down his spine. His back broke out in cold sweat. Wang Huzi, this bastard, actually provoked young Master Tang. There was no doubt that everything in the courtyard was caused by young Master Tang. Only he had such a strong fighting power. Dong Zi didn't think much. He turned and slapped Wang Huzi's face. Wang Huzi was stunned. He touched his burning cheek and looked at Dong Zi inexplicably. The others were also surprised. Wasn't this person the helper that Wang Huzi invited? How could he hit him? Things were far from over. Dong Zi kicked Wang Huzi's huge body directly to the ground. Wang Huzi's nose hit the ground and blood flowed out. Wang Huzi was at a loss. "Brother Dong, you..." Dong Zi directly interrupted him and continued to step on his body. He was furious. "My mother, Wang Huzi, you are fucking blind. You dare to provoke young Master Tang. Do you want to die? If you want to die, I'll help you." Dong Zi stepped on Wang Huzi's face. With a crack, Wang Huzi's nose was broken. Wang Huzi screamed like a pig. The others looked at this scene blankly. They were stunned. They didn't know what happened. Who was young Master Tang? Was he Tang Zheng? Chapter 188. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng at the same time. The young man looked calm without the slightest fear. It was as if he didn't see this bloody scene. Sogu, 360, So search download free novel. Suddenly, everyone understood that young Master Tang was Tang Zheng. Tang Dahai sighed and looked at Tang Zheng with some changes in his eyes. He had warned Tang Zheng to keep a distance from the underworld. Now it seemed that the relationship between the two sides was closer. Especially Dongzi's fear towards Tang Zheng that came from the bottom of his heart, it made everything even more obvious. Everyone's look at Tang Zheng changed again and again. At first they were confused, then they were in awe. Their mentality underwent a drastic change. Of course, Wang Huzi had the most drastic psychological change. He originally thought that Tang Zheng was insignificant and that he could easily pinch him to death. Now he realized that Tang Zheng was far from being a big character that he could provoke. Even Dong Gu called him young Master Tang. That feeling of awe came from the bottom of his heart. Wang Huzi was afraid. The pain in his body couldn't catch up with the fear in his heart. He shivered and struggled to raise his head. He looked at Tang Zheng with a pleading expression. "Fuck, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will kill you now." Dong Zi roared fiercely. Wang Huzi was scared to death. He begged bitterly, "Don't kill me. I have eyes but I can't see. I won't dare to do it again. How to deal with you is not up to you. It's up to young Master Tang." Dong Zi said fiercely and then looked at Tang Zheng. Young Master Tang, how do we deal with this guy? Tang Zheng didn't speak. He quietly watched all of this. Seeing Wang Huzi's miserable appearance, he didn't pity him. When he dealt with the helpless old man, he didn't pity him. Wang Huzi was used to bullying people. This was retribution. However, this incident reminded Tang Zheng that ordinary people were very afraid of the people in the underworld, and many people used the banner of the underworld to bully and dominate the market. This was simply making Tang Zheng a scapegoat. Moreover, these people who were bullied were the most ordinary and lowest people like his grandfather. He would never allow this to happen again. Therefore, he had to use this incident as a warning to others so that no one would dare to use his name to commit evil in the future. So, he coldly looked at Dong Zi and asked, Wang Huzi said that you are his backer and can kill me in minutes? Dong Zi's face was pale with fright. He cursed Wang Huzi's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He explained in horror, Young Master Tang, this is definitely nonsense from Wang Huzi. I have only met him 2 or 3 times. I never knew that he used my name to do bad things. Tang Zheng's expression didn't relax at all. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Dong Zi panicked and quickly raised his hand to swear, Young Master Tang, if I have half a word of falsehood, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. People in the underworld attached great importance to oaths. Since he had made such a vicious oath, it was most likely true. However, for Dong Zi to be called by Wang Huzi, Tang Zheng was still brooding. Then why did you come when he called? Tang Zheng asked straightforwardly. Dong Zi quickly explained, Young Master Tang, I heard that someone was making trouble in your territory, so I rushed over to see who had eaten the courage of a leopard. I didn't expect that bastard Wang Huzi to provoke you. This was Tang Zheng's territory. Everyone sensitively grasped this important information. They couldn't help but be shocked and looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. Tang Dahai also looked at his grandson in shock. He couldn't imagine that Tang Zheng actually ruled this territory. The awe in the eyes of others was even stronger. Even Wang Huzi and his thugs stopped screaming. Their eyes almost popped out as they stared at Tang Zheng. There was only one thought left in their minds, fear. Tang Zheng ignored everyone's complex mood and still coldly asked Dong Zi, do you know how he provoked me? Dong Zi's heart moved. He really didn't know how this incident started, so he shook his head blankly, Young Master Tang, I don't know. Well, then look at these old people behind me. Wang Huzi wanted to kill them and deprive them of their right to live, including my grandfather. What do you think? Ah, Wang Huzi is not a good thing. Dong Zi looked at the group of old people around him and said bitterly. My grandfather opened a waste collection station. Last night, it was smashed by Wang Huzi. Then he wanted everyone to sell their waste to his collection station. How do you want to deal with this? Dong Zi said without hesitation, Young Master Tang, how do you want to deal with it? Tang Zheng looked at Wang Huzi condescendingly and asked, how do you want to deal with it? As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Wang Huzi was scared out of his wits. Dong Zi glanced at the collection station and said, Young Master Tang, since he smashed your grandfather's collection station, of course, he has to compensate. I think we should use this collection station as compensation. This. Wang Huzi was dumbfounded. This collection station was his only means of making money. If it was taken away, what would he do in the future? How could he act like a tyrant? But in order to save his life, he could only grit his teeth and bear the pain. He said, then I'll sell it to Young Master Tang at a cheaper price. Treat it as my apology for what happened last night. F*CK, you dare to sell it? You dare to let Young Master Tang pay for it? Do you F*King only think about money? Well, then I will fulfill your wish and kill you. Dong Zi was furious. This Wang Huzi was really stupid. At this time, he still dared to ask for money. How could Dong Zi not be angry? He could see that Young Master Tang's eyes were gradually turning cold. Wang Huzi was shocked. It turned out that the other party wanted him to give away the collection station for free. This way, he would lose a lot of money. He didn't have time to think as his stomach was kicked by Dong Zi. Like a dead dog, he rolled to the corner and let out a scream. At this moment, he finally realized the fear of death. He quickly shouted, I'll give the collection station to young Master Tang. I beg young Master Tang to let me live. Tang Zhen corrected him, it's not giving, it's compensation. You smashed my grandfather's collection station. This is a reasonable compensation. Wang Huzi quickly nodded, yes, compensation, it's compensation. I'll compensate the old man. The others looked at Tang Dehai enviously. This collection station could easily earn millions of dollars a year and it was sustainable. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth for the people who lived at the bottom for a long time. Moreover, with Tang Dehai's character, he would never give everyone a chance to live like Wang Huzi. In the future, the waste could be sold at a good price and everyone could make money to improve their lives. So many people have begun to think about how to curry favor with Tang Dehai. Human nature was like this. When Tang Dehai was just a scavenger, everyone would maintain a calm and equal state of mind. But when his status quickly rose, and was enough to decide their lives, they would try to adapt to their new identity as quickly as possible. Tang Dehai looked at the expressions of the group of old friends. How could he not understand this change? For a while, he couldn't adapt to it. He said to Tang Zheng, Little Zheng, come here. Grandpa, what's the matter? Tang Dehai walked to the corner and said, Come here, I have something to say to you. Tang Zheng nodded and walked over. Tang Dehai said seriously, Little Zheng, are you really going to take Wang Huzi's collection station? Why not? Tang Zheng asked. But it's his after all. If we take it away, what will others think of us? Tang Dehai asked with a sad face. Tang Zheng understood his grandfather's worries. He was still too kind. Even if Wang Huzi did so many excessive things, he still didn't really want to retaliate against him. Tang Zheng didn't agree with this view. This was the difference between the two generations. For many things, Tang Zheng already had his own opinions. Although some practices were not approved by Tang Dehai, Tang Zheng knew that this was the most beneficial way for him. Tang Zheng had a brainwave. He hoped that this incident would let his grandfather gradually understand his attitude and accept his way of doing things. Grandpa, Wang Huzi has been bullying the market for years. Everyone complained, but they didn't dare to say anything. Isn't the collection station also for everyone's benefit? Since Wang Huzi has harmed everyone's interests, why can't you replace him? Replace? Tang Dehai looked at him suspiciously. Yes, Grandpa, you can manage this collection station. Then everyone's interests can be protected. Grandpa, didn't you open the collection station for everyone's benefit? Now you have a better opportunity. You can also fight for more benefits for everyone. Isn't this what Grandpa wants? Everyone will be grateful to you. Why not? Tang Zheng analyzed. Tang Dehai really wanted to fight for everyone's benefits and let everyone live a better life. This was his wish. Tang Zheng's words undoubtedly moved him. Grandpa, they will be happy because of this matter. You will be happy too. It's the best of both worlds. Tang Zheng continued to persuade. Tang Dehai looked back at the group of old men and said, Is this really good? Tang Zheng quickly said, Of course it's good. Grandpa, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Moreover, we don't rely on this collection station to make money. So we can let them earn more and live a better life. This is a good thing. Well, I promise you. But what are you going to do with Wang Huzi and the others? Tang Dehai asked again, You're not really going to kill them, are you? Of course not. I'm not a murderer. Since he handed over the collection station, of course, I will let him live. Tang Zheng said. Tang Dehai breathed a sigh of relief and said, Little Zheng, what you did just now really scared me. I thought you would kill him. Tang Jing smiled and said, how can I kill someone in front of everyone? Just now, he really had the intention to kill. After all, Wang Huzi's actions towards Grandpa were unforgivable. But after thinking about it, not everything in this world needs to be solved by killing. Tang Dahai heard this and finally felt relieved. He smiled and said, then do as you wish. Tang Zheng turned and walked towards Wang Huzi. Wang Huzi was lying on the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't stand up. Chapter 189. Seeing Tang Zheng looking over, Wang Huzi put his head on the ground. He didn't dare to look at Tang Zheng. The others also held their breath. Their hearts were in their throats. They didn't know how Tang Zheng would deal with Wang Huzi. Wang Huzi, I always keep my words. Since you promised to compensate my grandfather, I will certainly let you live. But before you leave, you have to apologize to these elders. If your attitude is not correct, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Tang Zheng said slowly. Wang Huzi was pardoned. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the elders. Elders, I, Wang Huzi, was possessed. I am not a good person. I beg you to let me live. I will not dare to do it again. The elders looked at each other. They used to be inferior to Wang Huzi. They were angry but they didn't dare to say anything. They never thought that Wang Huzi would kowtow to them and beg for mercy. They couldn't help but feel that everything was like a dream. It was too unreal. The elders subconsciously looked at Tang Zheng. All of this was his credit. Everyone was basking in his light. They thought that Tang Zheng was taking a risk. Now they found out that he was full of confidence and didn't put Wang Huzi in his eyes. They couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Why didn't they have old Tang's luck to raise such a capable grandson? Up Tak, however, they were still at a loss. They didn't know how to respond to Wang Huzi's pleas for mercy. So they subconsciously looked at Tang Dahai. Unconsciously, Tang Dahai had become the backbone of this group of elders. Tang Dahai saw the thoughts of the old men and shook his head helplessly. He gradually accepted the change in his identity. He looked at Wang Huzi and said, Wang Huzi, today we will let you go. I hope you can turn over a new leaf. Don't bully people again. Otherwise, you will end up worse than today. Wang Huzi didn't have any thoughts of resistance. He quickly kowtowed, thank you, elder. I will remember it. I won't dare to do it again. Tang Dahai nodded to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng understood and said, Wang Huzi, get out of ordinary balance today. If I see you in ordinary balance again, the consequences will be serious. Yes, young Master Tang. I'll leave now. Wang Huzi was relieved as if he was fished out of the water. His clothes were completely soaked. He listlessly got up and ran out of the door. Wait a minute. Take your lackeys away. Tang Zheng pointed at the thugs on the ground. Yes, I'll take him away immediately. I'll disappear immediately. Wang Huzi couldn't care less about the pain. He helped the wounded up but their legs were basically broken and they couldn't stand. However, the group of people didn't stop. Instead, they couldn't wait to crawl out of the courtyard. After a while, Wang Huzi and his group disappeared. The courtyard was quiet in an instant. Only the blood on the ground and the corpses of the dogs reminded them of what had just happened. Dongzi looked at Tang Zheng anxiously. He had suffered an unexpected calamity this time and did not know what kind of punishment he would face. Young Master Tang, Dongzi asked while trembling with fear. Tang Zheng waved his hand and motioned him to stop. Then he turned to the crowd and the elders and said, Everyone, from now on, this junk shop belongs to my grandfather. Now, let's invite him to say a few words. After he finished, he took the lead and applauded. Dongzi and the others immediately used all their strength and clapped their hands. The others also looked at Tang Dahai with a smile. Old Tang, from now on, everyone will follow you for a living. Say a few words. A few of the old men cheered. Tang Dahai quickly waved his hand and said, "How can I speak?" Tang Zheng encouraged him, "Grandpa, you can speak casually. Don't be nervous." Looking at his grandson's encouraging eyes, Tang Dahai certainly understood his good intentions. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, "Well, then I'll just say a few words. Today's matter is far from what I expected. Fortunately, there is no Wang Huzi, this evil man, in the future. The acquisition station is not only mine, but everyone's. From now on, I will buy your things at the most fair price. In the future, the lives of the old men will be improved to a certain extent. I, Tang Dahai, have worked hard for most of my life. I understand the bitterness of everyone, so this is a small matter that I can do." When the crowd heard this, they were silent. Many of the old men felt the same way. Their eyes were moist. It was really not easy for them. "Old Tang, we believe in you. Thank you for your grandson." Suddenly, the crowd shouted excitedly. A wave of gratitude came one after another. "This is what we should do." Tang Dahai quickly waved his hand embarrassedly, but his face finally rippled with a smile. He was very proud. Tang Zheng also smiled. His grandfather had his own goal in life and would not be bored. Moreover, this junk shop was bound to be prosperous and no one would come to find trouble. Everyone was also clear about this point, so they were confident and cheered. "Grandpa, everyone, you are busy. I will go back first." Tang Zheng said goodbye. The others were still in awe of Tang Zheng. They quickly replied, "You go busy yourself." Tang Dahai also nodded, indicating that Tang Zheng should leave. Tang Zheng walked out of the courtyard. Hearing the laughter and cheers coming from the courtyard, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. The sound of footsteps behind him gradually approached. Dong Zi followed him out. Tang Zheng's face sank. He said, "Take me to see Lin Hu. Inform Fire Phoenix to come with me." Dong Zi hurriedly and apprehensively replied and informed the two big shots. Half an hour later, at Xingshi Bar, Tang Zheng, Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix sat in the office. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment. They found that his expression was very heavy. They did not know what had happened. Tang Zheng pointed at Dong Zi who had been standing there the whole time and said, "You tell them yourself what happened." Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix looked at Dong Zi suspiciously. Especially Lin Hu. After all, Dong Zi was his leader. It was obvious that he had done something to provoke young Master Tang. Dong Zi's face was bitter. He told them about Wang Huzi. Suddenly, the two big shots' faces changed. It was no wonder that Tang Zheng was so angry. Lin Hu directly roared, "Dong Zi, what have you been doing all day? You even dare to offend the old man. Do you want to die?" Dong Zi's heartstrings trembled. He quickly said, "Brother Hu, I don't know. Of course, I don't dare to be disrespectful to the old man." Fire Phoenix persuaded, "Brother Hu, calm down. There must be something hidden in this." Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, "Dong Zi really doesn't know about this matter. But from this matter, didn't you find out anything?" This. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix looked at each other. They really couldn't understand Tang Zheng's thoughts. Lin Hu had been with Tang Zheng for a longer time. He thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Tang means that we can't bully the weak?" Tang Zheng looked at him with admiration and said, "It's true that we are people of the underworld, but do people of the underworld have to bully and dominate the market and bully the weak as the strong? Is there a sense of accomplishment?" Fire Phoenix gradually understood the situation and said, "Young Master Tang is kind. We admire him. In fact, most of the time, we are in two different worlds from ordinary people. We don't provoke each other." "Is that so? But why do I see it differently? People of the underworld seem to be strong. It's not difficult to explain why ordinary people are so prejudiced against us." They think that we are a group of bad people who can't distinguish right from wrong. Tang Zheng said coldly. This was the point of view of ordinary people. Tang Zheng also used to have this point of view. This point of view was not taught by anyone. It was like a social consensus. But the more Tang Zheng interacted with people of the underworld, the more he understood that they were no different from ordinary people. So why did it become like this? Tang Zheng believed that this was caused by a long-time deep-rooted impression. Tang Zheng was not a person of the underworld before, so he naturally didn't care about this matter. But now he was the leader of the ordinary balance underworld. He naturally had the responsibility and obligation to care about this group's image. Why couldn't the image of the underworld be changed? Why did it have to be an unpardonably evil person? He had to change all of this. Moreover, he had the ability to do so now. This point was something that Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix, who had been in the underworld for decades, didn't think about. In their impression, they seemed to have accepted this fixed image. But Tang Zheng, who had received traditional education from a young age and was carefully taught by his grandfather, clearly didn't agree with this point. When Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix heard Tang Zheng's question, they both went silent. They thought about this question that they had always taken for granted. Young Master Tang, what do you mean? What I mean is very simple. We need to change this fixed image. Tang Zheng said without any doubt. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix bitterly smiled and said, that's easier said than done. If we don't take a few steps, we won't be able to cross 1,000 miles. If there are difficulties, what are we afraid of? If there are difficulties, we should meet them head-on. Tang Zheng heroically said. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix looked at each other and said, okay, since young Master Tang says so, then we have no objections. Moreover, no one wants to be seen as evil. But how should we do it? Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In the future, the ordinary balance underworld will have 3 rules. First, you can't bully the weak or bully the ordinary balance. Second, drugs are not allowed to enter the ordinary balance. I don't care how rampant drugs were in hoodlum's territory before. Since it is now my territory, then you must follow my rules. Otherwise, I will break your legs and throw you out of the ordinary balance. Ever since they took over hoodlum's territory, the steady flow of drugs made it very difficult for the two to make a decision. But since Tang Zheng had made this decision, even though there would be many people who wouldn't agree, the two still chose to carry it out. Seeing that the two didn't have any objections, Tang Zheng continued, third, if a disaster occurs in the ordinary balance, such as a flood, the underworld should extend a helping hand. This is the best time to promote our positive side. These 3 rules, I hope to pass them down and let everyone carry it out. Chapter 190. Hearing these 3 rules, Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix sighed at Tang Zheng's determination, but they did not refute it and passed it on. Fairy Search Novel Download Free Novel. The atmosphere of Changheng's underworld changed, and many people could feel this subtle change. Changheng's law and order situation was much better, and the original situation of a few hooligans dominating the market had disappeared. Furthermore, there were a few cases of those who bullied the weak being taught a lesson. However, this was not something that could be done overnight, and had to be done step by step. Tang Dehai specifically asked about Tang Zheng's relationship with the underworld, and Tang Zheng answered truthfully, and also mentioned his 3 rules. The old man originally wanted to persuade him, but found that there was no need. Tang Zheng grasped the situation accurately, and did not disappoint his expectations. Taking advantage of the exam marking time, Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir stepped up their cultivation, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy in the spirit stones and turning it into their own qi. With the guidance of a master like Tian Chanzi, Fang Shishir's progress was lightning fast, and was almost at the 2nd grade refining qi. Tang Zheng's progress was even greater than Fang Shishir's, and was already at the threshold of the 8th grade refining qi. At this moment, he was gathering his qi to break through. Fang Shishir, Celestial Centipede, and Tian Chanzi were all at his side to protect him, preventing others from disturbing him. Tang Zheng's eyes were closed, and his hands were holding a spirit stone the size of a fist. The crystal-clear spirit stone's luster was slowly dimming, and a large amount of spiritual energy was quickly absorbed into his body, and turned into qi. The qi in his 9 main meridians had already risen to 7 inches and 9 parts. Kacha! Suddenly, the spirit stone's luster completely disappeared, and turned into dust. Tang Zheng quickly grabbed the other 2 spirit stones, and did the same. Tian Chanzi praised, and said, "This kid's cultivation speed is really abnormal. Others need to spend years to reach this level, and he completed it in a few months." Fang Shishi's eyes were full of worship and joy, and she was even happier than when she broke through. Tang Zheng consumed 6 spirit stones in a row, and his qi actually seeped out of his body, forming a strange energy on the surface of his body. Boom! Suddenly, this strange energy ignited, and turned into a light purple first-grade true fire. Boom! A sound like roasting meat was heard, and Tang Zheng's body emitted a green smoke, and was quickly swallowed by the first-grade true fire. Fang Shishi was stunned, and quickly asked Tian Chanzi, "Master, what's wrong with him? True fire won't hurt him." The sound just now was like roasting meat, and there was also smoke. Tian Chanzi's pupils shrank, and he stared straight at Tang Zheng, and muttered to himself, "Strange, his situation is unheard of. The role of true fire is to quench pills, but at this moment his body is like a pill, and the true fire is quenching his body. Will there be any danger?" This was the question Fang Shishi was most concerned about. Tian Chanzi's face showed difficulty, and he really couldn't figure out the trick. "Disciple, you don't have to worry, this kid is not human, and can't be judged by common sense. Let's wait and see." Fang Shishi curled her lips. "Master, you're not allowed to say that he's not human, he's just cultivating too fast." Tian Chanzi didn't tell her that Tang Zheng was different from ordinary people, but for the scene in front of him, he was really curious, and wanted to see what Tang Zheng would become in the end. Buzz! The true fire burned more and more fiercely, and gradually turned from light purple to purple. Tian Chanzi sucked in a breath of cold air, and exclaimed, "Second-grade true fire, his true fire has actually changed. Doesn't that mean he'll be even better at alchemy in the future?" Fang Shishi was overjoyed. Tian Chanzi nodded. "Of course, the higher the quality of the true fire, the more beneficial it is for refining the medicinal properties of the raw materials. This kid was simply born for alchemy." Fang Shishi's mouth hooked up, and a look of excitement appeared on her face, but suddenly, her face changed, because the clothes that were originally protected by true qi were also burning, and soon, many holes appeared on Tang Zheng's clothes. "Aya, why are his clothes burning?" Fang Shishi cried out involuntarily. Tian Chanzi was not surprised. He's attacking the entrance, and can't be distracted to protect his clothes, of course they'll be ignited by the true fire. Then won't he become naked in a moment? Fang Shishi's heart moved, seeing Tian Chanzi staring at Tang Zheng who was about to become naked, so she quickly pushed Tian Chanzi out of the room. Tian Chanzi shouted, "Hey, disciple, what are you doing?" "Master, quickly go out." "Why should I go out? This kid is so strange, I want to watch him, such a spectacle can only be encountered by chance." Tian Chanzi said excitedly. No, quickly go out." Seeing Tang Zheng was only left with a pair of underpants, Fang Shishi's cheeks turned red, and she suddenly shut Tian Chanzi out. Tian Chanzi angrily stamped his feet. "Disciple, what are you doing? I'm your master." Fang Shishi looked at Tang Zheng whose underpants had already turned to ashes, and she pouted, "I want to see him like this, even master can't, this is my privilege." Saying this, she couldn't help but look below Tang Zheng. Aya, that thing actually stood up, it was so embarrassing. "You're not honest even when you're practicing, humph." Her face was crimson red, and she fiercely glared at him. Of course, she didn't know that at this moment, Tang Zheng's body was filled with true qi, and every meridian was no exception, so he was so excited. The true fire burned more and more fiercely, already burning his skin. In a moment, he turned into a bright red soldering iron, blue smoke coming out. His face unexpectedly showed a painful expression, his facial muscles twisted, and his mouth issued a vague cry of pain. Fang Shishir was shocked. What was going on? Why was he in so much pain? She subconsciously reached out to touch Tang Zheng, but as soon as she touched his body, she was immediately blocked by the blazing true fire. What's going on? Why do I feel that the true qi in the room is fluctuating so violently? Tian Chanzi suspiciously asked outside the door. Master, his body has become very red, just like a soldering iron, and he looks like he's in pain. What should I do? Fang Shishir anxiously asked. Bang! Please recommend. Chapter 191. After Tang Zheng's pure yang energy was mediated, it turned into a vast and mighty true qi. It was like a flood breaking through a dam, surging violently. In addition to the true qi that he had absorbed from the dozens of spirit stones in an instant, the true qi in Tang Zheng's body had reached a terrifying level. Boom! A loud sound came from Tang Zheng's body. His true qi was stimulated, and like a wild horse, it instantly broke through the threshold, reaching 8 inches. Moreover, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses, his true qi soared from 8 inches to 9 inches. He unexpectedly broke through 2 realms in such a short period of time, reaching the 9th grade of qi refining. Although Fang Shishir also broke through 2 realms, the two couldn't be confused. Although Fang Shishir's achievement was commendable, the amount of true qi required was limited. However, Tang Zheng went from the 7th grade of qi refining to the 9th grade of qi refining. The gap between these realms wasn't something that could be made up with just a little bit of true qi. However, Tang Zheng succeeded, which was terrifying. Tang Zheng opened his eyes and found himself and Fang Shishir's naked bodies intimately connected. He instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If Fang Shishir wasn't by his side today, then he really would have exploded and died. It seems that during this period of time, the pure yang energy didn't cause any trouble. He had almost ignored its danger. This time's eruption was a wake-up call for him. The pure yang energy's threat to him was far from over. He was still in deep danger. Although he and Fang Shishir occasionally had intimate actions, it was just like what Tian Chanzi said. As his cultivation increased, Fang Shishir's pure yin energy wasn't enough. He guiltily looked at Fang Shishir, who was right in front of him, and couldn't help but recall Tian Chanzi's words. Could it be that something was really going to happen between him and Yi Dingdang or Lu Qingmei? Before he had time to think about it, Fang Shishir opened her eyes. Her face was still red as she looked at him affectionately. You're so naughty. You don't behave when you're practicing, Fang Shishir teased. Tang Zheng was speechless. This was not what he wanted. The problem was that this body was too strange. There was nothing he could do about it. Shishir, thank you for saving my life. Tang Zheng sincerely said. Fang Shishir gently covered his mouth with her hand and said, do we still need to be so polite? Moreover, I also obtained some benefits. I am already a 3rd grade refining qi cultivator. Tang Zheng was incomparably happy. Originally, in order to reach the 3rd grade refining qi, he had suffered a lot. He had to cultivate day and night, fight in the dark, and constantly fight with people. It was far from being as relaxed as Fang Shishir. Then you can have Tian Chanzi teach you techniques. Originally, he told me that he wanted to personally teach you techniques. Tang Zheng said. Ever since she saw Tang Zheng's techniques, she was incomparably eager. Now that she could also learn the legendary techniques, how could she not be ecstatic? You're really too awesome. Does this mean that in the future, as long as we do this, we can increase our cultivation? Fang Shishir said longingly. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. How about we try it again? Fang Shishir hurriedly slapped away his evil claws and said coquettishly, Master is outside, don't be naughty. Tian Chanzi is eavesdropping, that's too unkind. Tang Zheng said. Feng Shishir glared at him and said in a low voice, "Don't say that to Master. If it wasn't for Master's reminder, I wouldn't know what to do." Saying this, her cheeks became even redder. Being reminded by her master to do this kind of thing was too embarrassing. Tang Zheng laughed. "Actually, Tian Chanzi is sometimes quite kind." "Stinky brat, don't speak ill of me behind my back. Hurry up and come out, I want to see what's going on with you," Tian Chanzi impatiently urged. "What are you in such a hurry for? I won't run away," Tang Zheng loudly replied. "Hurry up and get up, don't dawdle." Feng Shishir hurriedly stood up from Tang Zheng's body, but her legs were weak and she fell onto Tang Zheng's body. Her soft body once again fell into his embrace. Tang Zheng immediately hugged her, his heart like a monkey and a galloping horse. If Tian Chanzi wasn't outside the door, he really would have to fight another 300 rounds to extinguish the fire in his heart. "Don't mess around, Master is outside the door." Feng Shishir felt his restlessness and hurriedly reminded him. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled, patted her perky butt and said, "I'll deal with you next time." Feng Shishir fearlessly said, "Come, I'm not afraid of you." "Yo, you're getting bolder and bolder. If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll become a troublemaker. You just wait for me tonight," Tang Zheng threatened. Feng Shishir playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly put on her clothes. But Tang Zheng's situation was tragic, his clothes were all burned and he had no clothes to wear. Looking at his embarrassed state, Feng Shishir finally couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Don't laugh, hurry up and buy me a set of clothes, otherwise your boyfriend will run around naked." "Run around naked, I don't have any objections. That's not good, I have to hide such a perfect body. If I want to show it, I'll only show it to you." Feng Shishir's lips curled up and praised, "It's good that you have this awareness. I'll reward you tonight, I'll go buy you clothes. Remember to buy underwear," Tang Zheng reminded. "I know." Feng Shishir didn't even look back as she left the room. Tian Chanzi's figure flashed as he walked in. Tang Zheng quickly found a small piece of cloth to cover his private parts and embarrassedly said, "Hey, Tian Chanzi, don't look at indecent things. If there's anything you want to say, wait until I put on my clothes first before saying." Tian Chanzi rolled his eyes and said, "We're all men, what are you afraid of?" "It's precisely because I'm a man that I'm afraid, I'm not afraid of women." "Don't mess around, let me see you." You've actually reached the 9th grade of Qi refining. TSK, you're really amazing." Tian Chanzi didn't hide his envy. "Little brat, do you know what just happened?" Tang Zheng recalled for a moment and nodded. "The true fire in my sea of knowledge burned uncontrollably on the surface of my body as if it wanted to burn me to death. In the end, what happened? How would I know? The true fire is refining you like alchemy, tempering your body. I can see that your body is a lot stronger than before." "Really?" Tang Zheng looked left and right, but didn't seem to notice any big changes. Tian Chanzi reminded him, "Quietly feel it, isn't the explosive power of your body better? Do you feel like your muscles are stronger?" Tang Zheng closed his eyes and carefully felt for a moment. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in pleasant surprise, It's really like that. Could this be the effect of the true fire? Please recommend." Chapter 192. Feng Yong gasped for breath and said, "Boss, you still don't know your college entrance exam results?" Tang Zheng suspiciously said, "Of course I don't know. What happened? Hurry up and tell me." Feng Yong laughed, "Haha, that means I'm the first one to tell you. It seems like I'm quite competent as your little brother. Don't keep me in suspense," Tang Zheng urged. Feng Yong took a deep breath and said, "Boss, listen carefully. This shocking dark horse is you." Tang Zheng's heart moved. He was still very confident in his exam. Thus he calmly said, "Then how many points did I get?" 740 points. Our province has never had anyone get such a high score in all these years. You only lost 10 points. This is a true top student. Feng Yong used a tone that could only be looked up to and sighed. Tang Zheng secretly sighed. He was full of confidence, but he still lost 10 points. It seems like there was still something he overlooked. Boss, why aren't you saying anything? Are you too excited? Seeing that Tang Zheng did not react for a long time, Feng Yong excitedly asked. Not excited. It's a bit of a pity. Tang Zheng honestly said. Feng Yong shouted, Boss, are you going to let us go or not? He's alive. You're the top scorer and with such a terrifying score. If you still feel pity, then how can you let others live? Don't stop me, I'm going to jump off a building. Tang Zheng laughed and said, Don't just talk about me. How did you do? Feng Yong laughed and said, Not bad. In short, going to a normal university in Beijing is not a problem. My dad doesn't need to give money to the school. Congratulations. Boss, this is all thanks to you. If I didn't meet you, I would definitely have done very poorly. Feng Yong sincerely said. Without a doubt, Tang Zheng's appearance changed the trajectory of his life. Moreover, this kind of life was developing in a better direction. Now, not only was he learning and improving rapidly, he was even practicing martial arts. In the future, he would definitely become a martial artist, and that would be a different kind of life. Fang Shishir also heard Feng Yong's loud voice. She happily looked at Tang Zheng and congratulated him. I knew you could do it. You will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Let those who look down on you see that you are the best in the world. She held his hand and rested her head on his shoulder. Boss, is sister-in-law with you? I heard her voice. Feng Yong asked. Fang Shishir took the phone and said, Feng Yong, congratulations. Thank you, sister-in-law. Oh, I'm really sorry, sister-in-law. I've disturbed you too. Feng Yong said with an evil smile. Fang Shishir blushed slightly. Sister-in-law, I have another piece of good news for you. You're our province's second place with 705 points. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Feng Yong said. Fang Shishir made an oh sound. She did not show too much surprise. Feng Yong was shocked and said with grievance, Sister-in-law, why do you have the same reaction as boss? You're not excited at all. You two are really family. Fang Shishir smiled but did not explain. She only cared about Tang Zheng. She was not that happy about her own results. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was very happy. He hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead, saying, Congratulations. Fang Shishir looked up and sweetly smiled. Hey, boss, sister-in-law, don't be so intimate. I have even more shocking news. This time, the top 3 in the province are all from our school. Guess who is the third place? Feng Yong pretended to be mysterious and asked. Who is it? You can guess, but I guarantee that you won't be able to guess. Fang Shishir thought for a moment and said a name. This was the top student in Pengcheng International School who was second only to her. No, I'll tell you the answer. Otherwise, you won't be able to guess. If I didn't confirm it again and again, I wouldn't have believed this result. Feng Yong sighed. Hurry up and say it. Don't dawdle. Then listen carefully. The third place is our class's Takashi Takashi. Takashi. Tang Zheng was shocked. How could it be him? Boss, you had the same reaction as me. I'm afraid that this is also everyone's reaction. I've been in the same class as Takashi for 3 years. I know his background too well. His grades have always been at the bottom of the grade and he never made much progress. No one would have thought that he would score so high. This is not a normal performance. This is heaven-defying. Feng Yong exclaimed. Tang Zheng shook his head. He really couldn't figure out this matter. Tang Zheng was able to become the top scorer in the exam not only because he had a good foundation before, but also because after he became a cultivator, his comprehension ability and almost photographic memory consolidated his strength, so it was not too surprising. But Takashi was different. His grades for 3 years were at the bottom. Now that he soared to the top, it was too abnormal. Moreover, if it was said that he had been hiding, then he had been hiding for 3 years. This kind of endurance was simply unimaginable for a teenager. The key point was that from Tang Zheng's contact with Takashi these days, Takashi was definitely not a person who was good at enduring. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Moreover, Takashi once had a conflict with Tang Zheng. This point couldn't help but arouse his attention. Is there anything suspicious about Takashi these past few years? Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. Feng Yong recalled Takashi's actions in the past 3 years and said, since the beginning of the first year of high school, he relied on his height and strength to bully his classmates. If there's anything unusual about him, it was a little bit before the college entrance exam. During this time, he stopped bullying people and sat in his seat all day. He also didn't wander around like before. However, I always thought that he became like this because he was afraid of boss. Tang Zheng had indeed noticed Takashi's abnormality. However, he and Feng Yong both thought that the other party was afraid of him. But now, Tang Zheng felt that it might not be the reason. However, he couldn't figure out the reason, so he could only temporarily put down this doubt. Both sides had just hung up when Tang Zheng's cell phone rang again. This time, it was Lu Qingmei. She couldn't hide her excitement as she said, Tang Zheng, you really gave me a big surprise. You're the provincial champion. Tang Zheng laughed and said, didn't you always want me to perform normally? This is your normal performance. You really tricked me. You don't know what other people look like when they find out your results. I really want to laugh when I see the other teachers look like they've seen a ghost. Lu Qingmei couldn't help but laugh. This is all thanks to Teacher Lu's guidance. Don't talk nonsense with me. Is Fang Shishir by your side? Lu Qingmei didn't hear him call her sister Mei, so she guessed. Yes. You two quickly come to school. The principal and the leader of the Education Bureau want to see you. Also, the reporters from the television station have also come. You two are now celebrities. Lu Qingmei urged. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. You're not exaggerated enough. Your score is too abnormal. It's hard not to attract people's attention. When you handed in the exams so early, I almost suspected that you knew the exam in advance. Lu Qingmei joked. Tang Zheng was helpless. He looked at Fang Shishir and said, let's go. We're going to school. Tian Chanzi heard the two's conversation at the door and said, Brat, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're a cultivator. It's not suitable for you to attract too much attention. After all, there's still no news from the martial organization. Be careful not to attract too much trouble. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He solemnly nodded and said, I know. I'll act according to the circumstances. When the two of them arrived at the school, there were already quite a few students there. It was clear that everyone knew of Tang Zheng's score and looked at him from afar. Their eyes no longer held any disdain, but were filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. Tang Zheng was really unprecedented this time. Most likely, there would be no one like him in the future. More importantly, his girlfriend was not only the school's most beautiful girl, but also the third most beautiful girl. Who said that being in love would affect one's studies? They were a model couple who could be in love and study at the same time. In short, he had already become a legend. Feeling those fiery gazes, Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir remained calm and collected. They looked at each other and their fingers clasped even tighter. Lu Qingmei looked at the couple from afar. They were really a match made in heaven. You're showing off your love like this. Aren't you afraid of other people's murderous eyes? Lu Qingmei changed from her usual cold attitude. She smiled and joked. Tang Zheng shrugged and said, I'm already immune to this kind of gaze. Lu Qingmei sighed and said, yes, when you two were together, you suffered from many people's disdain and ridicule. This is the best and most powerful counterattack. Hurry up and go upstairs. There are many people waiting for you too. The three of them went upstairs to the principal's office. There were already many people gathered in the office. There were even people carrying cameras. A beautiful reporter was interviewing the head of the education bureau and the principal. The two faced the camera with a serious expression and spoke frankly with assurance. They were not stingy with their praise for Tang Zheng. Seeing the main characters enter the office, everyone's eyes were attracted. Even the cameras were turned to focus on Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir. Their interlocked fingers were immediately recorded. The principal quickly walked over and warmly shook Tang Zheng's hand and said, Student Tang Zheng, congratulations. I already knew that you would get good grades and have always believed in this. It seems that my eyes were right. Lu Qingmei curled her lips. When Tang Zheng couldn't find the admission ticket, the principal clearly gave up on him. He didn't believe that Tang Zheng could get good grades like he said. However, no one exposed this kind of high-sounding lie. The principal turned to Fang Shishir and warmly said, Student Fang Shishir, congratulations to you too. Tang Zheng and you have both brought glory to the school. The school is grateful to you. Fang Shishir smiled but didn't say anything. Tang Zheng looked at the camera aimed at him and subconsciously remembered Tian Chanzi's advice. He only wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He didn't expect that the publicity that came with fame would make him unable to hide. If he was an ordinary person, he would really enjoy this kind of life under the spotlight. However, the key was that he had too many secrets and didn't want to attract too much attention. But now that he was going to be on TV, what should he do? Chapter 193. The beautiful reporter sized up Tang Zheng with her pair of eyes. This young man was actually the super fierce person who had taken the exam for 740 people. It was really unbelievable. Free novel portal. Moreover, seeing him holding hands with such a beautiful girl, her interest was greatly increased. Her mind was already imagining countless hot topics that could ignite public opinion. She excitedly handed over the microphone and interviewed, two students, congratulations. May I ask how you are feeling now? Is there anything you want to say? I'm not in the mood and I don't have anything to say. Tang Zheng lightly said, frowning at the camera and asked, can you turn off the camera? Everyone was stunned. How could there be nothing to say? Shouldn't they be excited and incoherent at this time? Saying some high-sounding words like thanking their parents, thanking the school and so on. Seeing this, the principal revealed an amiable smile and hurriedly comforted them. You may not be used to facing the camera for the first time. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath and slowly relax. Just act as usual. Lu Qingmei poked Tang Zheng's back and whispered, this is a good opportunity to promote you. Don't waste it. Tang Zheng was only 8 years old and didn't like publicity. He wanted to keep a low profile, so he said bluntly, I don't know why you called us here. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau strode over with a big belly. His eyes fell on Tang Zheng and said loudly, Tang Zheng, you have achieved such good results, so the Municipal Education Bureau and the Municipal TV station are preparing to jointly launch a program to promote you in all aspects. In addition to the normal interview conversations, they will also follow and film your daily life to understand you more comprehensively and make you a business card of Ordinary Balance. Ordinary Balance City had never had a provincial college entrance examination champion. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity to show his face. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. The staff of the Education Bureau would be recognized and valued by their superiors. Especially him, the director of the Education Bureau, could add a lot of color to his official career. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so quickly and specially brought a television staff to accompany him. Tang Zheng ignored the other party's little scheme and refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, I refuse to accept all of this. The bureau chief looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief and asked blankly, why did you refuse? This is a great opportunity for you to become famous. I don't like being famous, Tang Zheng said bluntly. This is something that many people dream of. You can't waste such an opportunity. I heard that your family conditions aren't good. This kind of publicity will be more beneficial to your future life. The director advised anxiously. If Tang Zheng did not cooperate, then this great publicity opportunity would be wasted. Tang Zheng was unmoved. I don't need this kind of opportunity. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I'll come back in a few days when I fill in my application form. The bureau chief was stunned. Finally, an impatient look appeared on his face. He asked coldly, what's with your attitude? We're doing this for your own good, but you're so uncooperative. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the top scorer. When have I ever been arrogant? I just don't want to be disturbed in my life. Tang Zheng refused to budge an inch. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder, the principal hurriedly advised, Student Tang Zheng, the bureau chief is doing this for your own good. You can't waste the leader's good intentions. How much I score is my own business. I really don't need others to worry about me. I also don't like other people telling me what to do and making decisions for me. Tang Zheng did not care about the bureau chief's anger at all. The bureau chief stared at him and said, if you do this, the consequences will be very serious. Tang Zheng jokingly smiled and said, what are the serious consequences? You can tell me and let me see what you're capable of. You. The bureau chief was speechless. He did not expect that Tang Zheng would directly contradict him. The principal had a headache. It was originally a good thing. How did it become like this? He hurriedly said, since Tang Zheng doesn't like to be interviewed, then what about student Fang Shishir? You're the second place on the list. We can change the interview to you. The bureau chief thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Moreover, Fang Shishir was a great beauty. It would be even more interesting and attractive. Unexpectedly, Fang Shishir looked at Tang Zheng and then shook her head without hesitation, I don't want to be interviewed. I also don't like to stand in front of a camera. The two people's reactions were exactly the same. It made everyone else's eyes widen in disbelief. Strange things happened every year, but this year there were especially many. In the past, if someone was the top scorer, they would be bombarded with public opinion. However, this time, the top scorer and second place wanted to keep a low profile. Did the sun rise from the west? Lu Qingmei also looked at Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir in astonishment. She did not understand their thoughts at all. She was about to say something to persuade them, but she swallowed her words. She knew that Tang Zheng was a very opinionated person. Since he had already made up his mind, it would be difficult to change it. The leader was very embarrassed. These two students dared to contradict him in front of so many people. How preposterous. He glared at the principal and said, how do you teach your students? Are the students nowadays so impolite? The principal's expression was difficult. He stammered, young people don't know any better. Please calm down, calm down. Tang Zheng coldly looked at the bureau chief and said, the college entrance exam is my own business. No matter how many points I get, it has nothing to do with you. You want to use my results to gain benefits for you, right? Sorry, I don't have that obligation. Tang Zheng hit the nail on the head and said what the bureau chief was thinking. The bureau chief was very embarrassed. In the past, the top scorers of the college entrance exam were dragged to this kind of program to support you. But after a few years, how many people would remember them? The most important thing for students is to study and not to be dragged to do publicity. This is putting the cart before the horse. Since you don't understand this, then I don't need to talk to you anymore. Let's go. Tang Zheng pulled Fang Shishir and turned to leave, ignoring the room full of stunned people. Stop. If you dare to walk out of this door, then don't even think about going to college. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are the top scorers. The bureau chief was furious and unceremoniously threatened. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir stopped and turned around. The leader's face showed a trace of pride and said, "How about it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Your application and future files have to go through the Education Bureau. Without our permission, don't even think about going to college." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and said without fear, "Then use all of your methods. I want to see what kind of tricks you can play in the end." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that Tang Zheng would still not compromise at the last moment. "Don't treat me like any other student. Otherwise, the one who will regret it will be you," Tang Zheng said coldly. "You dare to threaten me? If you think of it as a threat, then take it as a threat," Tang Zheng said indifferently. Was this something a high school student should say? Of course not. Tang Zheng was no longer an ordinary high school student. So they couldn't get used to his attitude. The bureau chief was so angry that his whole body trembled. Even the principal had a bitter face and said, "Tang Zheng, don't talk too much. Calm down. He is just a child. He doesn't know anything. Don't lower yourself to his level." The bureau chief stared straight at Tang Zheng and arrogantly asked, "I will give you one last chance. Will you agree to my request? Forgive me for not accompanying you." Tang Zheng turned around and walked out of the office with Fang Shishir. This is too much. How can there be this kind of student? We must teach them a lesson, the leader shouted. Lu Qingmei frowned and looked at him before quickly chasing after them. "Tang Zheng, wait a minute." Lu Qingmei stopped the two at the stairs. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you willing to be interviewed?" Tang Zheng shook his head. "I don't like it. I don't think there is a need to go on TV. I don't like life under the spotlight. You are really different from other people. Other people want to be famous but you seem to be afraid of being famous." Lu Qingmei shook her head. She couldn't figure him out. Tang Zheng nodded and admitted, "I really don't like being famous. Isn't there a saying that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat? It is better for me to keep a low profile and live longer." Lu Qingmei looked at him thoughtfully and said, "That's good too. Maintaining this humble attitude will help you in the future. You guys go back first. In 2 days, come to the school to fill in your application." "Oh right, have you thought about what school you want to apply to?" "Yanqing University." "Fang Shishir, what about you?" Fang Shishir said without hesitation, "Me too." Tang Zheng looked at her and sighed. She really did as he expected and gave up on the idea of going abroad. "Then you two can still be together in the future. Congratulations." "Thank you, teacher." Fang Shishir was particularly sweet. She held Tang Zheng's hand and left the campus. But when Tang Zheng walked to upwind Shishui, he found a lot of reporters with cameras blocking the entrance of the community. He instinctively thought that they were here for him, so he pulled Fang Shishir and hid far away. "Why are these reporters so annoying? They actually blocked the entrance of my house." Tang Zheng frowned. Fang Shishir didn't find it strange and said, "This has always been a tradition. A place that has a college entrance examination top scorer will write about it. It is bound to let the world know about it. We can't fulfill their wishes. Let's go to Xingshi Bar." "Bar?" Fang Shishir's eyes lit up. "I've never been to a place like that. My parents also won't let me go. They say it's too messy." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "They're right. If a beauty like you goes to a bar, wouldn't you become a big magnet? You'll definitely attract countless people to hit on you." Fang Shishir playfully smiled and said, "I'm not as charming as you say. You can't do it, right? Then let's go check it out tonight." The two arrived at the entrance of the bar. It was already night time and there were already some scattered customers. Tang Zheng was already a familiar face in Xingshi Bar. When he walked to the door, the underling recognized him and hurriedly respectfully shouted, "Young Master Tang." Tang Zheng nodded and whispered, "Don't make a fuss." The underling understood, "Young Master Tang, have fun." As soon as the two of them sat down, a man walked over with a glass of wine. Chapter 194. Tian Chanzi saw Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir from afar. He walked over with a glass of wine and asked, "Why are you two here? Can't we come?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile. He pointed at a beautiful woman who was winking at Tian Chanzi and said, "I heard that you've been very free and unfettered recently. You've been enjoying yourself so much that you've forgotten your home. Little brat, you're deliberately embarrassing me in front of my disciple, right?" Tian Chanzi pretended to be angry. Tang Zheng laughed, "How could that be? You should quickly go over. Otherwise, the beauties over there won't be able to wait any longer and will come over to denounce me. Don't joke around with me. Let me tell you something. After careful consideration today, I've decided to leave ordinary balance in a few days. I want to find out what happened in the past 1,000 years and what's going on with the martial organization. 1,000 years ago, there was no such organization as the martial organization." Tian Chanzi drank a mouthful of wine and became serious. Tang Zheng's head sank and he nodded, "That's good. Otherwise, we'll be in a passive state. That martial organization is too strange. I suspect that something must have happened. Otherwise, they would have already come to find trouble with you. Since they haven't made a move, that means you're safe for the time being. As long as you pay attention to hiding your identity, you won't be in too much trouble." Tian Chanzi analyzed. Tang Zheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he rejected the interview today. Otherwise, the media would have bombarded him indiscriminately. It would have been difficult for him not to be exposed. As for what happened to the martial organization, he was also very curious. He also agreed with Tian Chanzi's analysis. There must have been something that caused the martial organization to not come to ordinary balance. Since he was temporarily not in danger, Tian Chanzi naturally did not need to continue staying by his side. Tian Chanzi looked at Fang Shishir and said, "Disciple, since you've already reached the 3rd grade refining qi, I'll focus on teaching you spells for the next few days. Once I leave, you can practice in peace." Fang Shishir's eyes lit up when she heard about the spell. "Thank you, Master." "Tian Chanzi, I'm going to learn some new spells during this time, such as ground shrink and sword manipulation," Tang Zheng said. "No problem. You can indeed learn to shrink the ground now. Even if there is danger in the future, you can also run away quickly," Tian Chanzi agreed. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice about me? Running away when you can't win? You're making me look like a deserter. Little brat, don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes you're too stubborn. Running away when you can't win is not a shameful thing. Preserving your life is your greatest skill," Tian Chanzi warned. Tang Zheng couldn't help but remember the battles he experienced. Sometimes he was too impulsive. It seemed that he needed to change his strategy. Without Tian Chanzi by his side, if he couldn't win, he would just run away. As for the sword manipulation technique, you haven't reached the 1st grade foundation establishment. You can't learn it. I can't learn it now, but maybe I can learn it in the future. Moreover, once you leave, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. So I have to prepare for a rainy day." Tian Chanzi laughed involuntarily, "Little brat, you're too scheming. Okay, I'll teach it to you. Although your ancient clear heaven scroll is good, it's only a pure mental cultivation method. It doesn't have the corresponding spells to support it. It's really a pity. Since the ancient clear heaven scroll is a pity, then why did you fight to the death with the Yin demons?" Tang Zheng said in a bad mood. Tian Chanzi blew his beard and glared at him, saying, "What do you know? Mental cultivation methods are the foundation of all spells. The better the mental cultivation method, the faster your cultivation progress. Then you have to supplement it with all kinds of spells. Only like this can you truly improve your fighting strength. Tang Zheng obviously knew that the ancient Clear Heaven scroll was extraordinary, but he always felt that it was only a set of mental cultivation methods. Without the corresponding spells, it was like a person with only one leg. He always felt that half of it was missing. He suddenly had an idea and asked, Tian Chanzi, don't tell me there isn't a set of overall spells. Tian Chanzi shook his head, there are many spells in the world. How could there be someone who could collect all the spells? This project isn't just ordinary vast, but it also isn't necessary. However, every sect has their own spells. Many spells are similar, but their power is not the same. Tang Zheng said regretfully, that's really a pity. Could it be that in the future when my power is enough, but I don't have the corresponding spells to cultivate? Wouldn't that be too much of a pity? You little brat, don't be too greedy. I've already passed on my sect's most powerful outer heaven flying immortal sword technique to you. What are you still not satisfied with? This is my sect's most powerful attack spell. As long as you cultivate it to its peak, its power will definitely not be something you can imagine. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng's heart moved. Now that he was already a 9th grade refining Qi cultivator, he could learn a few more styles of the outer heaven flying immortal sword technique. However, he was not satisfied with this and said, no, before you leave, I still want to learn a few other things. For example, alchemy and formations. Tian Chanzi muttered to himself for a while and said, that's fine. In these few days, I will do my best to teach you. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. You should hurry and drink with the beauty. Otherwise, I will be pierced by her gaze. Tang Zheng joked. Tian Chanzi glared at him and walked over with a cup of wine. The beauty immediately smiled sweetly and affectionately drank with Tian Chanzi. Fang Shishir couldn't help but sigh, Master's charm is really great. Hey, could it be that my charm is small? Of course it's big. However, isn't having a great beauty like me still not enough? Fang Shishir stared straight at him and asked. Tang Zheng laughed, of course it's enough. Let's drink first. After ordering the wine, the two of them began to drink. Fang Shishir's alcohol tolerance was not bad. After drinking a few cups, her face was a bit red. Under the light, she was especially charming. Ring ring ring. Tang Zheng's phone suddenly rang. It was Feng Yong calling. Sure, you drink first. It's too noisy here. I'll go out and answer the phone. Fang Shishir waved her hand and said, go. Then she drank by herself. She enjoyed it very much. Tang Zheng walked out of the bar and asked, hey, fatty. What's the matter? Boss, why did I hear that you refused the TV station's interview? This is a great opportunity to become famous. Feng Yong was puzzled and asked. I don't want to be famous. Damn, boss, I don't understand you. This is the dream of many people. It's great to be famous. Others want it but I don't. Boss, you are too profound. I can't see through you. Feng Yong sighed in amazement, I heard that the school has decided to promote Takashi as a benchmark. It's really infuriating. He is the 3rd place and he has the nerve to come out and make a fool of himself. Tang Zheng became interested and asked, oh, do you know what Takashi's reaction was? I heard that he agreed. This kid is very arrogant now. He just called me and said that tonight he invited the whole class to KTV to sing. He asked me to arrange it. He especially invited you and sister-in-law. Tang Zheng frowned. This Takashi is really strange. It's reasonable to say that the other party is very afraid of him. Why would he take the initiative to invite him? Boss, you must go and kill this kid's prestige. Feng Yong said with righteous indignation. Okay, I'll go. Where is it? D. How? This is Ordinary Balance's biggest KTV. The hostesses are very beautiful. Fatty, you know the door. Have you experienced it before? Tang Jing joked. Feng Yong embarrassedly said, Boss, I've never been. I'm still a virgin. Ha, then why not take advantage of tonight to end this identity? I can't bear to. Boss, you guys hurry over. I'll also leave soon. This may be our class's last gathering. You and sister-in-law are the main characters. You must not let Takashi steal the limelight. Tang Jing nodded, okay, we'll go right away. Tang Jing returned to the bar and found that Fang Shishir was surrounded by 3 young men. Fang Shishir was very impatient and obviously did not want to pay attention to the other party. Tang Jing did not expect that after he left for a while, someone would go up and strike up a conversation. He quickly walked over and took Fang Shishir into his arms. He looked at the 3 people and said, She's my girlfriend. Brother, we only asked her to drink a glass of wine. Are you not going to give her face? The tallest of the 3 said. My girlfriend doesn't like to drink with others. Tang Jing coldly said. Oh, your tone is quite big. We all came out to play. If you don't give us face, then we won't be able to play. The 3 people deliberately surrounded the 2 in the center and said with an unkind expression. Tang Jing moved closer to Fang Shishir's ear and said as if there was no one else, Takashi invited the whole class to KTV. We'll also go. Fang Shishir said in surprise, that's strange. Yes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Takashi's behavior has been too abnormal recently. I originally had a conflict with him, so I have to go and find out. If you don't want to go, I'll send you home first. Tang Jing said. Fang Shishir shook her head, no, I'll go with you. Seeing the 2 whispering as if there was no one else around and acting intimately, the 3 people lost face and angrily said, Brother, did you hear me? Drink this glass of wine or don't even think about leaving here. Tang Jing was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He grabbed the wine bottle and fiercely hit the other party's head. Bang, the wine bottle shattered and the wine spilled all over the other party's face. The other party was stunned for a moment and shouted, F***CK, you dare hit me. Catch this brat for me. I want to teach him a lesson. Tang Jing didn't even look and consecutively smashed the other 2 bottles on the other 2 people's heads. He was extremely arrogant. The movement here had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people started to make a fuss and looked at the scene with interest. They were guessing what kind of person Tang Jing was that he dared to cause trouble in Brother Tiger's territory and was also so arrogant. The underlings who were watching the scene had already surrounded them. When they saw Tang Jing, they couldn't help but be stunned. They obviously recognized him. Tang Jing wasn't interested in staying and pointed at the 3 people in front of him. The underlings understood and immediately put the 3 people on the ground. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams. Tang Jing pulled Fang Shishir and left. Chapter 195. Emperor KTV. When Tang Jing and Fang Shishir arrived by car, Feng Yong was already waiting at the door. He quickly walked up to them and said, Boss, sister-in-law. Tang Jing asked, Where's Takashi? He just sent a few classmates to a private room. Feng Yong said, Boss, it's up to you tonight. This brat is so arrogant. I don't like him. He had been bullied by Takashi before, so of course, he didn't have a good impression of Takashi. Tang Jing still remembered that when he first entered the Hell class, he was almost drenched by Takashi. Later, because of Yi Ding Dang, he taught him a lesson. However, later on, Tang Jing displayed more and more strength. Takashi was scared, so Tang Jing didn't pay attention to him. But this time, Takashi's sudden rise made Tang Jing realize that Takashi was not simple. He was ready to figure out the other party's background. Ha, Tang Jing, Fang Shishir, you're here. Quick, please come in. Takashi walked out. When he saw Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir, he greeted them warmly. No one could tell that there was any conflict between the two. Instead, it was like they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Tang Zheng's head trembled. Suddenly, he had an illusion that the other party was not the Takashi he knew, but another person. Sigh. However, this feeling was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out. You're really generous tonight. You actually invited the whole class. Tang Zheng said lightly. Takashi smiled and said, isn't it graduation? Everyone is just happy. The two of you are giving me a lot of face. Feng Yong, you take them in first. I'll pick up the other students. Watching Tang Zheng and the others walk through the door of Emperor, Takashi's eyes flashed with a strong cold murderous intent. Immediately, he became harmless again. Boss, I feel that Takashi has changed into a different person. What do you think? Feng Yong said as he walked, he's never been so polite to me before. Tang Zheng nodded, so, keep an eye on him and see what tricks he's playing. Understood. They came to the private room. This was the largest and most luxurious private room in Emperor, which could accommodate dozens of people. Many students were already sitting inside. When Tang Zheng and the other two walked in, immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted to them. There was no other way, Tang Zheng had already become the focus of attention among the students. Top scorer Tang, you've been hiding it from us. Someone joked. You've been hiding it from us for so long. Now, it's really shocking. You have to drink 2 more glasses later, or you won't be able to walk out of this door tonight, right? Yes, we have to get him drunk. No, we have to punish ourselves with 3 glasses first. It's really enviable. Not only is he the top scorer, but even our school belle Fang has been chased by him. How can we live like this? In the midst of everyone's condemnation, they were pulled to sit down. The atmosphere was very warm. In fact, everyone was happy. After all, it was glorious to study in the same class as the top scorer. Most of the students in their teens were still very simple-minded. However, everyone wasn't just talking about toasting. They were putting it into practice. As soon as the two of them sat down, a few people came over with beer and said, Top scholar Tang, first punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we'll have to carry you back tonight. When the time comes, you'll have to be carried back by the school beauty Fang. Tang Zheng did not refuse and said, well, then I'll punish myself with 3 glasses of beer. Then he drank 3 glasses of beer in one gulp. Good. The crowd applauded. Top scorer Tang, good job. We'll let bygones be bygones. But this time, you've achieved such good results. Of course, we have to celebrate, right? Come, let's each toast to him. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Didn't you say that if I punish myself with 3 glasses, we won't take turns? Ha, how is that possible? Tonight, we're going to get you drunk. Otherwise, we won't be able to balance our hearts. You're the top scorer and you're the top scorer. How can we live? Seeing that everyone was joking and had no hostility, Tang Zheng also let go, showing the liveliness and cheerfulness that people his age should have. In fact, since he was transferred to class 7, he did not have much contact with the other students. But it was fate that brought them together, so he took advantage of this time to drink to his heart's content. Fang Shishir knew his alcohol tolerance, so she did not stop him. Feng Yong watched as Tang Zheng drank with one person after another. He was secretly speechless and whispered, Sister-in-law, you should advise boss not to drink too fast. Otherwise, when he gets drunk, Takashi will be the main character. Fang Shishir shook her head and said, he won't get drunk. Feng Yong was in disbelief. No way, drinking with dozens of people and he won't get drunk? Fang Shishir proudly raised her head and said, of course. Female students, you can't just watch us drink. There's a female lead here. School beauty Fang doesn't drink. Quickly go and order a song. We've never heard our school beauty sing before. This is our last chance. Someone reminded. Immediately, the female students were infected by this enthusiasm. They all pulled Fang Shishir to order a song. Fang Shishir looked at the heroic Tang Zheng and ordered a song called, Say I Love You. The music sounded. A clear and slightly playful voice sounded. My world has become more wonderful and indescribable. I thought it was a dream that fell from the sky. Instantly, everyone quieted down and looked at Fang Shishir. This was the first time they heard her sing. Without a doubt, her voice was perfect and full of emotion. Tang Zheng also stared straight at her, and when their eyes met, Fang Shishir's eyes were brimming with undisguised deep feelings. Fang Shishir was completely immersed in this song. Ever since she fell in love with Tang Zheng, her world had become more wonderful. It was like a dream. From strangers to acquaintances, will be something we never thought of true love until now, not daring to expect, until I'm sure, the warmth in your palm comes from your heart at this moment, I finally have the courage to say I love you. When the song ended, their eyes met. Even outsiders could see the deep affection in each other's eyes. This was a passionate confession, a call from the heart. Fang Shishir said to Tang Zheng from this song, I love you. Clatter. Applause, whistles, and screams sounded. What did teenagers yearn for the most? Unforgettable romantic love was undoubtedly one of them. Fang Shishir and Tang Zheng's love was undoubtedly romantic. After all, at the beginning, no one was optimistic about their union. But in the end, it was shown that they were a match made in heaven. Hearing Fang Shishir's affectionate confession, no one was jealous anymore. They only gave their most sincere blessings. Boss, it's time for you to perform. Tang Zheng was pushed in front of Fang Shishir by Feng Yong. Kiss her, kiss her. The crowd cheered. Their voices seemed to be able to lift the roof. Tang Zheng hugged Fang Shishir. Fang Shishir raised her head and looked at him in a daze. Tang Zheng slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Oh! The cheering became louder and the applause became more intense. Fang Shishir's face turned into a ripe apple, but she allowed Tang Zheng to hug her. Her heart was as sweet as honey. The door to the private room opened. Lu Qingmei and Takashi walked in just in time to see this explosive scene. Takashi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Qingmei stared with wide eyes and coughed a few times, but it was completely drowned out by the applause. She couldn't help but secretly shake her head. These two really had a lot of guts. When other people finally saw Lu Qingmei, the applause immediately disappeared. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. You two have a lot of guts. Lu Qingmei said. Fang Shishir looked as if she was struck by lightning. Her lips parted and she jumped out of Tang Zheng's embrace like a frightened deer. She looked at Lu Qingmei with embarrassment. Tang Zheng's skin was thick. He didn't look embarrassed at all. He naturally and generously said, Teacher Lu, you came. Pay attention to your image. Don't think that just because you graduated, I can't control you. Lu Qingmei deliberately said with a straight face. Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders. He knew that Lu Qingmei wasn't angry. He pulled Fang Shishir back to their seats. No one expected Fang Shishir to come. The atmosphere suddenly became cold and cheerless. Takashi picked up the microphone and said, Let's ask Teacher Lu to say a few words, okay? Okay. Applause sounded from all around. Lu Qingmei took the microphone and said, We have known each other for 3 years. In these 3 years, I have watched everyone grow up. I have witnessed everyone's youth. This is my greatest honor. Maybe some people are envious of me because my class is in the top 3 of the province. But I want to say that I am not only proud of the 3 of them, but also of our class as a whole. I am even more proud of you. I have seen the spirit of struggle in you. I have seen the miracles you have created. I have seen your unyielding willpower. In the past, other people said that our class was trash. But this time, our college entrance exam results gave them a fierce slap in the face. We are not trash. We can also do well as long as we work hard enough. At that time, Lu Qingmei used Xiao Fei's mother to call everyone trash as an opportunity to arouse the passion of the class. Today, everyone handed in perfect answers. Lu Qingmei was truly happy for them. Walala. This time, the applause was even more intense. This was because they weren't applauding for others, but for themselves. They were applauding for their hard work. Many people's eyes were already red as they recalled their hard work. It was worth it. Tonight, we are not teacher and student. We are friends. Everyone, drink to your heart's content and have fun. Lu Qingmei put down the microphone and sat next to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gave him a thumbs up and praised, well said. Lu Qingmei glanced at him and said, of course. Tang Zheng had never seen this little cheeky side of her. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before asking in a low voice, I heard that the school is preparing to promote Takashi. Yes. You and Fang Shishir aren't willing to show their faces in public. But the school still wants to set up a role model. Of course, this spot will fall on his head. This time, Takashi did so well. Aren't you surprised? Lu Qingmei wrinkled her eyebrows and said, I am a bit surprised. But with you as a precedent, it doesn't seem to be that surprising. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled. He, who was the last in the class, became the top scorer. It seemed that Takashi, who was the third in the class, wasn't too strange. At this time, Takashi walked over with a glass of wine. Chapter 196. Teacher Lu, let me give you a toast. Takashi raised his glass and said. Lu Qingmei took the glass and said, Takashi, congratulations to you this time. Before, everyone was wrong about you. Takashi did not mind and said, everyone has times when they are wrong. Moreover, the reason why I am able to obtain today's results is all because of Teacher Lu's teachings. Tang Zheng calmly listened to the conversation. Takashi had changed from his usual domineering self to a refined and courteous one. It was as if he was a completely different person. The two people lightly clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then, Takashi filled Tang Zheng's glass with wine and said, Tang Zheng, the two of us had some misunderstandings before. I hope that after drinking this glass of wine, we can forget about it. How about it? Everyone looked over and heard Takashi's words. Many people secretly nodded their heads. Takashi's attitude was truly admirable. Many people had already changed their attitude towards him. Tang Zheng calmly looked at his eyes. He wanted to find some clues from his swollen eyes, but in the end, he discovered that it was all in vain. Tang Zheng raised his glass and said, I also hope that everyone can live in harmony. After drinking this glass of wine, Takashi walked away and mingled with the others. Gradually, he became the main character. Feng Yong angrily said, Boss, no circle plus. To be able to make him so glorious, you should be the center of attention. Tang Zheng stopped Feng Yong and said, It's fine. Lu Qingmei praised, they were originally classmates. What kind of hatred could there be? Takashi's actions were the most appropriate. I now have a whole new level of respect for him. If he continues to maintain this state, his future achievements will not be simple. In the past, the school thought that Takashi was a well-deserved figure, but now it seems that the hidden and unfathomable Takashi is even more powerful. Feng Yong curled his lips and said, Teacher Lu, I think you must have seen wrongly. I know what kind of person Takashi is. Even if he pretends to be refined and courteous, it will not change his nature. A wolf in human skin is still a wolf in the end. Lu Qingmei frowned and said, Feng Yong, as the class monitor, how can you judge people like that? Everyone has a good side. As long as they are willing to change, they are good people. Feng Yong wanted to argue, but Tang Jing stopped him and said, let's wait and see. This time, everyone had a good time at the party. Many people were drunk. In the end, even Lu Qingmei clinked glasses with most of the people. She drank until her eyes were blurred. She held Tang Zheng's arm and hung half of her body on him. Teacher Lu, I'll send you back. Takashi also showed a drunken state. He seemed to be doing his best to stay awake as he politely said to Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei rubbed her forehead with her white fingers and nodded her head saying, okay, goodbye everyone. Go home early and rest. Remember to come back to school in 2 days to fill in your application. Everyone nodded their heads and watched as Takashi and Lu Qingmei left in a taxi. Fang Shishir urged, let's go home too. I'm dizzy and want to sleep. Tang Zheng nodded his head and sent Fang Shishir home. Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin saw the two people reeking of alcohol and immediately asked, why did you drink so much? Fang Shishir squeezed out a smile and said, our class is having a party. We're happy. Shishir, your mom will help you to rest. I'll chat with Tang Zheng for a bit. Fang Chonghua said. Oh, got it. After Fang Shishir entered the house, Fang Chonghua brought Tang Zheng to the study and asked, do you want to drink some hangover tea? No need, I'm not drunk. I heard about your results. Congratulations, I didn't think you'd do so well this time. You're actually the provincial champion. Fang Chonghua sighed. This was even more shocking than when he heard about his own daughter's results. Although Fang Shishir previously said that Tang Zheng was hiding his strength, he still didn't think that he would be this powerful. It was simply beyond his comprehension. I heard that you rejected the school and the Education Bureau's arrangements. Fang Chonghua suspiciously asked. He was a school board member, so of course he knew about today's storm. Tang Zheng truthfully said, Shishir and I don't like to show our faces in public. The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. Fang Chonggua's eyes lit up. It's great that you can understand this at such a young age. Many geniuses get carried away after achieving a little and lose their way. In the end, they end up with nothing. In the past, Fang Chonghua had seen Tang Zheng's extraordinary methods, especially his relationship with the underworld. He thought that he would be arrogant at such a young age. He didn't expect him to have this understanding. It was truly commendable and made Fang Chonghua have a whole new level of respect for him. Uncle Fang, you flatter me. I just don't like to be a tool for others. Tang Zheng calmly said. Fang Chonghua clearly understood and laughed. This is something that others can't do anything about. However, it's a win-win situation. But for you, it doesn't exist. You don't need to use this little bit of exposure. It's better for you to take one step at a time. There was one thing that Fang Chonghua did not say, and that was that if Tang Zheng was placed under the spotlight, his relationship with the underworld would be difficult to hide. If this matter were to be exposed, it would only damage his reputation and have the opposite effect. What are your plans for the future? I will go to Yanqing University. Fang Chonghua nodded. Yanqing University is really good. But have you ever thought of going abroad to study? Tang Zheng looked at him in astonishment, shook his head and said, I have never considered studying abroad. Shishir wants to study abroad. If you can't bear to part with her, I can let you study abroad with her. You don't have to worry about the fees and procedures. Fang Chonghua said. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the other party had this idea. But from his words, it showed that he had completely approved of the relationship between Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir. Since you and Shishir are together, I will certainly consider your future. Studying abroad is a good choice. In the future, whether it's abroad or in China, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Fang Chonghua analyzed for him. Tang Zheng shook his head without hesitation. His life was destined to be different from others. After graduation, he couldn't work, marry, and have children. But this matter couldn't be told to Fang Chonghua, so he said, "Uncle Fang, thank you for your good intentions. At this stage, I still want to stay in China." Fang Chonghua sighed and said, "Then at this stage, you will be separated from Shishir. Are you mentally prepared?" Tang Zheng nodded, "I have already considered it. Since studying abroad is Shishir's long-cherished wish since she was young, I will naturally respect her wishes. You should know that if I let her stay in China, she will definitely disregard your dissuasion and stay in China with me. But, that would be too selfish of me. Since I like her, I will definitely let her achieve her wish." Fang Chonghua couldn't help but sit up straight. Once again, he looked at Tang Zheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Tang Zheng had surprised him again tonight. Just his breadth of mind made Fang Chonghua have a whole new level of respect for him. "Tang Zheng, I have to say that I appreciate you more and more. I am very glad that Shishir has your love and care. I am even more glad that I didn't insist on separating the two of you." Fang Chonghua sincerely sighed. Tang Zheng smiled, "Uncle Fang is too kind. I only did what I should do." Fang Chonghua shook his head and said, "No, you did far more than that. I promise you that as long as you are still together when you graduate from university, I will hold a grand wedding for you too." "Thank you, Uncle Fang." Tang Zheng was a little excited. This was the affirmation that he dreamt of. Although he once said that no matter what, no one could stop him and Fang Shishir from being together. But after all, with the affirmation and blessing of his parents, this kind of relationship would be more perfect. "Uncle Fang, after the college entrance exam voluntary form is completed, Shishir and I will travel for a period of time." "No problem. You have worked hard for so many years, so it is time for you to relax. Do you need me to make some arrangements?" Tang Zheng shook his head, "No need. I will arrange everything and ensure Shishir's safety." "I believe you." "Right, my company's demolition work has been completed. Thanks to Boss Hua's help. She has been too busy during this time and I did not have time to properly thank her. If you have time, help me thank her." "No problem. She has been a little busy during this time. Her business is getting bigger and bigger. This construction company is no longer her focus." Fang Chonghua raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I did not know that Boss Hua had expanded her business. Uncle Fang, since you are in the real estate industry, if you need her construction company, I will ask her to transfer it to you." Tang Zheng said it casually as if he was talking about a simple matter. But to Fang Chonghua, it was no less than a heavy bomb. He did not think that Tang Zheng was deliberately bragging. Tang Zheng dared to say such words. That meant that he had full confidence. Moreover, that understatement made it seem as if the construction company was his. But how was this possible? Tang Zheng was after all only a student. Even if he had a good relationship with people in the underworld, it should not be to this extent. With just a few words, he was able to make the other party transfer a business worth tens of millions to someone else. Seeing that he did not respond, Tang Zheng curiously asked, "Uncle Fang, do you have any objections?" Fang Chonghua took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions in his heart. He shook his head and said, "I do not need it. Boss Hua's construction company has a group of demolition workers. I do not have the ability to control that group of people, so it is better for me to properly take care of my current company. When I need them, I will cooperate with them." "Oh, that is also fine. In the future if you have any problems, you can directly find Fire Phoenix. I will give her a call." Tang Zheng's tone was as casual as before. Fang Chonghua could not see through him. But regarding matters of the underworld, it was not convenient for him to ask. However, he was certain that his future son-in-law was far more complicated and powerful than he imagined. Tang Zheng said his goodbyes and left. Fang Chonghua stared at the door in a daze until Shi Mengqin called him. What did he say about Shishir going abroad? He took the initiative to agree. "Wow, that's great. Luckily he agreed, otherwise this matter would be troublesome. He is far more powerful than you and I imagined. In the future, you must be careful and not provoke him. I think our daughter will not be marrying down but climbing up his social ladder. Fang Chongguo meaningfully said. Climbing up his social ladder. Shi Mengqin was in disbelief as she stared dumbstruck. Tang Zheng left the Fang family. In his heart, the scene of Takashi sending Lu Qingmei home flashed. His heart suddenly felt a trace of unease. Chapter 197. This feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger, which made Tang Zheng upset. He frowned and looked in the direction of Lu Qingmei's house. Under the dark night sky, of course, he couldn't see the situation there. However, in order to calm the uneasiness in his heart, he decided to take a look. A moment later, he came downstairs of Lu Qingmei's house. He looked up and saw that her house was lit. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his nerves were too sensitive. He had arrived home safely. However, for Takashi, Tang Zheng was always worried. Since he was here, he would go up and confirm. So, he went upstairs to her door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door and waited for a long time, but no one responded. He immediately frowned. He knew that Lu Qingmei didn't have the habit of sleeping with the light on. Since the light was on, she must be awake. It was impossible for her to ignore the knock on the door. Sister Mei, are you at home? Tang Zheng asked, but there was still no response. The room was in a strange silence. Something happened. His heart jumped, and without hesitation, he urged his true qi into the door lock. Click, the true qi was like a universal key, and it opened the door lock in an instant. He was careful. He flashed into the house and looked around. He didn't find any suspicious people, and there was no sign of Lu Qingmei in the living room. Suddenly, there was a movement in the bedroom. It seemed that someone's voice was heard. Tang Zheng rushed into the bedroom and found that Lu Qingmei was lying on the bed. Her clothes were messy, her face was red, her eyes were blurred, and she was panting. Tang Zheng quickly looked around, but there was still no one else. The window was wide open, and the night wind blew the curtains, making a rustling sound. He immediately came to the windowsill and looked out. There was only the dark night, and no one was there. This was a high-rise with more than 10 floors. If someone escaped from here, they would be smashed to pieces, unless the other party was a master. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and then came to the bed. He found that Lu Qingmei was tearing her clothes with both hands. She cried in a daze, "I'm so uncomfortable, so hot." Tang Zheng immediately understood that she had been drugged, but who did it? Takashi. It seemed unlikely. How could Gao Daji, that three-legged cat, jump down from such a high floor? Wasn't that looking for death? But who else could it be except him? Tang Zheng was confused, but no matter who it was, he must have jumped out of the window, so it must be an expert. When did an expert thief come to ordinary balance? Lu Qingmei's moans interrupted his thoughts. The ice goddess had completely melted, becoming passionate like fire. Tang Zheng quickly supported her and prepared to dispel the drug, but Lu Qingmei immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her towering chest tightly against his chest. She breathed out, stretched her neck, and pressed her lips on Tang Zheng's mouth. The gentle touch made Tang Zheng's mind ripple. There was no doubt that Lu Qingmei was a very seductive woman, especially her almost mature body, which was very different from Fang Shishir. She was more flirtatious and could stir the fire in a man's heart. In any case, Tang Zheng's fire was stirred up, and the pure yang energy began to stir again. The true qi was restless, and it was almost boiling in his meridians. This fragrance made him suffer unspeakably. He used all his willpower to suppress his desire, and then wanted to break away from her, but he was careless and Lu Qingmei broke through his defense. A fragrant little tongue drilled into his mouth, wantonly demanding. There was no doubt that Lu Qingmei took the initiative, and this temptation was too difficult to resist. The defense that Tang Zheng had just established collapsed in an instant. His hands couldn't help but hug her waist, and then all the way up, climbing the 2 peaks. He had seen the soul-stirring charm of these 2 peaks with his own eyes. Now that his hands were covering them, it was difficult for him to grasp them. Lu Qingmei felt his response and became even more enthusiastic. One of her hands reached down and grabbed Tang Zheng's lower body. Tang Zheng quivered and suddenly woke up. What am I doing? Taking advantage of other people's difficulties, am I still human? He hurriedly pushed Lu Qingmei away and found that her cheeks were red, and her eyes were almost dripping with water. Desire had completely occupied her mind. Tang Zheng quickly used his true qi to force the drug out of her body. Lu Qingmei was very uncooperative and entangled with him, testing his restraint. After a while, Tang Zheng had to stop using his true qi, because he found that it was in vain. His true qi could not force the drug out of her body. Instead, it stimulated the drug, making Lu Qingmei's reaction more intense. Her whole body was hot, as if she was going to burn. She tore her clothes violently. In an instant, her clothes were torn, revealing the black bra inside. I'm so uncomfortable, Tang Zheng, save me. Lu Qingmei whispered. Tang Zheng was shocked. She was still conscious and recognized him, so he quickly patted her cheek and cried, Sister Mei, I'm here, don't be afraid. She immediately grabbed Tang Zheng's hand, and like a soft water snake, she wrapped her legs around Tang Zheng's waist, making him unable to move. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had not regained her consciousness and only subconsciously called out his name. Perhaps the last time he saved her from Song Donghua's hands, he left a shadow in her subconscious, making her subconsciously seek his help when she was in danger. However, Tang Zheng was helpless this time. He was unable to force the drug out of her body. If he did not treat her, she would be tortured to death by the strong drug. In fact, the antidote was very simple. If he had a relationship with her, everything would be solved. Although Tian Chanzi had instigated him countless times to take down Lu Qingmei, he would occasionally have this idea. But facing the current Lu Qingmei, he hesitated because she was under the control of the drug and not out of her own free will. Lu Qingmei had already untied her bra, and 2 peaks stood in front of him. She was only left with a small pair of underwear. Her alluring body was unreservedly displayed in front of him. Her skin was suffused with a layer of attractive rosy luster. No matter which man faced this kind of temptation, they would be beastly. Tang Zheng was also in a dilemma. To do it, or not to do it. If he did not do it, then Lu Qingmei's life would be in danger. If he did it, then he would be taking advantage of her. When Lu Qingmei woke up, what would he do? How would he face her? Lu Qingmei did not give him any chance to think. While shouting for Tang Zheng to hug her, she also sent her lips forward. Her hands began to tear apart Tang Zheng's clothes. The Jin Qi in Tang Zheng's body was completely mobilized. It was like a wild horse galloping in his body, and the pure yang power completely erupted. Lu Qingmei had a mysterious yin body, which was more suitable for him than Fang Shishi's physique. The two were in such close contact, which was a fatal temptation to the pure yang power in Tang Zheng's body. The flower thief would never have thought that his prey would finally fall into the hands of Tang Zheng. Such a great beauty had been taken advantage of by Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng made up his mind to save her. Even if she woke up and wanted to kill him, that would be a matter for the future. Compared to her life, even if she blamed him for a lifetime, he would not complain. Tang Zheng, hold on tight. Lu Qingmei continued. Tang Zheng's heart moved. She shouted as if she was awake, or was she actually interested in him? He shook his head, abandoned these absurd thoughts, and hugged her body tightly. His hands began to wander around her body. Suddenly, her breathing became louder, and the two were tightly entwined together. Lu Qingmei's body did not have a trace of excess fat, and her skin was as delicate as a piece of porcelain. When Tang Zheng removed her last bit of clothing, the two were naked. Lu Qingmei could not wait to ride on his body, letting out a cry of pain, and her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle. Tang Zheng was shocked. She was actually a virgin. He originally thought that at her age, she should have had a boyfriend, but he did not expect that Tang Zheng was her first man. Tang Zheng felt guilty. He hugged her waist, wanting to be gentler with her, but she did not give him the chance. She crazily moved, as if this was the only way to dispel the desire in her heart. Pain and happiness were the most realistic portrayal of her at this moment. She was like a volcano, and the energy that she had accumulated in the past erupted at this moment. The enthusiasm released made Tang Zheng a little surprised. Tang Zheng gradually immersed himself in this wonderful state, and he clearly felt the continuous purine energy passing into his body from the place where the two were connected, and finally hovering in his dantian. This time, there was too much purine energy, and it was not completely neutralized with his pure yang energy. There was actually a part of it left. This was something that had never happened before. Tang Zheng looked at everything in surprise, not knowing what would happen next. In fact, this moment did not allow him to think. The strong stimulation had already made his body and mind fall into it. He turned over and pressed Lu Qingmei under his body, taking control of the situation. Lu Qingmei hugged his broad and advantageous shoulders, opened her mouth wide, and moaned to her heart's content, completely filling the room. Dozens of minutes later, in the midst of the two people's high-pitched cries, everything returned to calm. Tang Zheng felt an even more powerful purine energy enter his dantian, and finally hovered above his dantian and became motionless. This was the purest purine energy. If his pure yang energy erupted in the future, then he could use this purine energy to balance it. This surprise was too big, causing Tang Zheng to go wild with joy. Tian Chanzi was really right. Her physique is far more suitable for me than Shishir. Just as he was thinking, the beauty under him moved again. The desire in her eyes did not completely disappear, and she wriggled on her own. Again. Tang Zheng secretly sighed. Since he wanted to save someone, he had to help them to the end. Since that was the case, then let's continue. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's physical strength was outstanding, and he had the divine power to protect his body. His ability in this aspect was also able to withstand the test. In an instant, the two people became one again, and together they went through the mountain of Wu. Unconsciously, the desire in Lu Qingmei's eyes gradually dissipated. Looking at Tang Zheng galloping on top of her, her eyes widened, and she screamed. Chapter 198. Lu Qingmei screamed and stared blankly at Tang Zheng, who was on top of her. Fairy Search download novel for free. Tang Zheng was shocked, took a deep breath, and immediately stopped moving. He was almost scared to impotence. Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Lu Qingmei took a long time to calm down and asked in shock. I. Tang Zheng was speechless. He didn't realize that Lu Qingmei had regained her consciousness, so he looked at her blankly and didn't know what to do. Tears came out of Lu Qingmei's eyes. She clearly felt that there was something more in her body. Of course, she knew what it was. Moreover, the tearing pain in her lower body and the tide-like pleasure were so clear that they reached the deepest part of her heart. Sister Mei, I'm saving you. After a long time, Tang Zheng said with a thick face. Saving me? Lu Qingmei's voice involuntarily raised a few octaves, and her eyes were burning. Is this how you save people? Hurry up and get off of me. With that, she wanted to push Tang Zheng with her hand, but found that her body was sore and weak. Tang Zheng resentfully got off her body. Lu Qingmei saw the tall little guy at close range and quickly covered her eyes with the quilt. Her heart was in a mess. What was going on? Didn't she attend the party and then be sent home by Takashi? Then Takashi left. She couldn't remember what happened after that. When she woke up, she found that Tang Zheng was doing that kind of thing with her. The ice goddess was about to collapse. What was going on? Sister May, listen to me. I'm really saving you. It's not what you think. Tang Zheng explained earnestly. If this matter is not explained clearly, it will be very troublesome. Lu Qingmei glanced at him and found that he was naked. She quickly shouted, "Put on your clothes quickly." Tang Zheng was helpless and quickly put on his clothes. However, his shirt was torn open by Lu Qingmei. Even if he put it on, his hard chest was exposed. Seeing that Tang Zheng had finally covered his important parts, Lu Qingmei wrapped herself in the blanket, then stared at him and asked, "Tang Zheng, I was so good to you in vain, but you did such a beastly thing. Are you worthy of me?" Tang Zheng complained incessantly. "How have I wronged you? If I had wronged you, I wouldn't have specially come to see you." Therefore, he hurriedly explained, "Sister May, listen to me. It's not what you think. I sent Shishir home and felt a little uneasy, so I came to see you. I didn't expect that no one would answer when I knocked, so I broke the door open and came in. I found you lying on the bed, drugged. Then you took the opportunity to do that kind of thing to me, didn't you? Tang Zheng, I really misjudged you." Lu Qingmei's tears still couldn't stop flowing, like broken pearls. Tang Zheng quickly shook his head and denied, "No, I wanted to save you, but I couldn't get rid of the drug in your body, and the situation was urgent. If I didn't take action, you would definitely be tortured to death by the drug. In order to save you, I did that kind of thing. Do you think I will believe you? Why didn't you send me to the hospital? I think you have ulterior motives." Lu Qingmei choked and said. Tang Zheng couldn't defend himself. He couldn't say that he was a cultivator and could accurately judge her physical condition, not to mention that Lu Qingmei was an ordinary person. Even if he said it, she didn't know what the identity of a cultivator was. "You have nothing to say, right? If I really wanted to take advantage of you, why didn't I do it when I slept in the same bed with you before? Why would I wait until now?" Tang Zheng was at his wit's end and could only say this. Lu Qingmei was suddenly startled, remembering her previous intimate actions with Tang Zheng. It was indeed as he said, the last time she was rescued, she took the initiative to sleep in the same bed with him, and he was very obedient and didn't act unruly at all. But the key was that this time it really happened, and facts spoke louder than words. "Since you keep saying that I was drugged, did you catch the person who drugged me?" Lu Qingmei asked again. Tang Zheng shook his head, "No, he should have escaped through the window." Lu Qingmei glanced at the window and said, "This is a 10-story building. Is that person an idiot? Isn't he afraid of falling to pieces if he jumped down? A powerful person jumped down, nothing will happen." Tang Zheng said truthfully. Lying to me. How could anyone do it?" Lu Qingmei obviously didn't believe him. Tang Zheng had no choice but to simply walk to the window. Lu Qingmei was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? Since you say that no one can do it, then I'll do it for you." Tang Zheng opened the window and jumped down. Lu Qingmei was stunned for a moment. The cold wind blew in from the window, making her shiver. Suddenly, she screamed and couldn't wait to rush from the bed to the window, shouting, Tang Zheng, whoosh." Tang Zheng jumped in through the window again, unharmed, but in the next moment, he was stunned and stared straight at Lu Qingmei. When she rushed out of bed, she was actually naked. Although he had seen it many times just now, it was still very tempting to see it now. Lu Qingmei followed his gaze and immediately saw her naked appearance. She screamed again and subconsciously kicked at Tang Zheng. Ouch! The pain of having her melon broken and being tormented by Tang Zheng was not light. She couldn't stand on one foot and fell to the side. Tang Zheng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He caught her, but his hands covered her towering breasts. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The two people who were so close looked at each other, staring at each other. "You beast!" Lu Qingmei finally reacted and threw a slap. Tang Zheng ducked and dodged, but his face was almost pressed against her breasts. His posture was even more ambiguous. Lu Qingmei was embarrassed and angry. She shouted, "Tang Zheng, you beast!" She raised her leg and kicked at Tang Zheng's lower body. Tang Zheng's body trembled. How could he let her succeed? Otherwise, he would lose his little brother, and there would be no hope for his sexual happiness for the rest of his life. Tang Zheng's movements were very fast as he grabbed onto her slender and beautiful legs. At this moment, the two of them were in an even more ambiguous position. One of Tang Zheng's hands went under her ribs and held onto her chest, while the other hand grabbed onto one of her legs that was raised up high. Her body was unreservedly displayed in front of him, especially that mysterious triangular area that was clearly visible. Lu Qingmei felt that she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had lived for more than 20 years since she was young, and she had never been so humiliated and suffered such a loss. Seeing Tang Zheng's eyes on her, she quickly roared, "Tang Zheng, let me go quickly, or I will kill you." Seeing that she wanted to kill him, Tang Zheng certainly couldn't let her go. He said, "Sister Mei, if you promise me to calm down and listen to me, I will let you go." "I don't want to listen to your quibble." Lu Qingmei flatly denied. "Then I don't dare to let go. Let's explain it this way. You listen to me and see if it makes sense." Tang Zheng didn't care about this ambiguous posture and the tempting scenery in front of him. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the restless flame in his body. He said in a deep voice, "You just saw me jump out of the window, but I was unscathed. Since I can do it, naturally there are others who can do it. So this is really a misunderstanding. Someone else wanted to harm you, but I happened to run away." "Quibble, then why did you come to my house? Didn't I explain it just now? I felt uneasy after I left Shishir's house. To tell you the truth, I was worried that Takashi would send you home. I was worried that he would do something bad to you, so I came to see." Lu Qingmei blushed. "You dare to question Takashi? This time it was clearly you who did such a thing. I think you are not as good as Takashi. Sister Mei, calm down. Let's think about who drugged you. Of course it was you. Who else? Where is Takashi? He took me home and left. Don't frame others." Lu Qingmei said angrily. "He left?" Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows. This time, the situation was too strange. Even if it was a flower thief, why did he have to take action against her tonight? In short, there were too many things that Tang Zheng could not understand. "Sister Mei, I will definitely investigate this matter and give you an explanation," Tang Zheng said solemnly. Lu Qingmei looked at the ambiguous posture between the two and angrily said, "What investigation? It is clearly you who did the bad thing. Quickly let go of me. Otherwise, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. I will no longer be insulted by you." Seeing Lu Qingmei's determined look, Tang Zheng was afraid that she would do something drastic. He quickly let go of his hand and stepped back. He sincerely said, "Sister Mei, please believe me. This time I really did this to save you. You took advantage of me and still made up such a grand reason. Do you think I am a fool? Do you think I will believe it?" Lu Qingmei said while gnashing her teeth. Tang Zheng secretly sighed and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have no other choice. The only thing I can do is to catch the real flower thief as soon as possible." "You are the biggest flower thief. You still have the nerve to say that you want to catch others. This is really a thief crying thief." Tang Zheng was helpless and said, "Since you think so, then I have nothing to say. What do you want to do? Do you want to sue me for rape?" "Yes, this is rape. You are already 18 years old. You have to pay the price," Lu Qingmei fiercely said. "Do you want me to go to jail?" Lu Qingmei froze for a moment. Her heart was in a mess. She did not know what to do. Tang Zheng once saved her from Song Donghua's hands. Moreover, Their relationship was getting better and better. She never thought that there would be a day like this. For a moment, she did not know how to face it. Seeing that she did not say a word, Tang Zheng was relieved and said, "Sister May, no matter what you think, please give me some time. Let me investigate clearly and I will give you an explanation." Lu Qingmei looked at him with burning eyes. She clenched her teeth and her eyes kept changing. After a long time, she coldly said, "I do not need your explanation. I just want you to disappear from my life. Disappear forever." Chapter 199. Disappear forever. Tang Zheng stared at her blankly. Were they going to disappear from each other's lives because of this? What are you still standing here for? Let go of me. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Sogu, 360, So search JDXS to download novels for free, Lu Qingmei said coldly. Tang Zheng was helpless. He looked at her deeply and let go. Then you should rest first. Call me if you need anything. I'll rush over immediately. Lu Qingmei was indifferent. Tang Zheng left awkwardly. Lu Qingmei suddenly squatted on the floor naked and started crying. She looked at the door with tears in her eyes. Why did all of this happen? Her heart was in a mess. Was all of this really a trap set up by Tang Zheng? But this was not in line with his usual behavior at all. Actually, she had subconsciously believed what Tang Zheng said, but she couldn't face the relationship between the two of them. They actually had the most intimate relationship. How was she going to face Tang Zheng in the future? She didn't know, so she didn't want to see him. She was like a helpless little girl, sobbing until her voice became hoarse. She stood up shakily. The pain in her body was still too. It was so clear, as if it was reminding her of everything that had happened with Tang Zheng. She shook her head hard and then rushed into the bathroom. She let the cold water pour down, but it couldn't wash away this matter. Things couldn't go back to square one. I have to leave here. I don't want to see Tang Zheng again. She clenched her teeth and made a decision. She used to treat Tang Zheng as her very close little brother, but now it seemed that it was only a short relationship. Now everything had collapsed. Tang Zheng went home and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Everything that happened tonight was too strange. He had sex with Lu Qingmei, and their relationship had changed drastically. He didn't know what Lu Qingmei would do in the end. If this relationship was exposed, what would happen to him? All of this was like a tangled mess that kept churning in his mind, making him extremely annoyed. There was another thing that puzzled him. Logically speaking, his true qi should be able to force out the medicine, but this time he failed. Why? He tossed and turned, unable to sleep the entire night. Little Zheng, it's time to eat breakfast. Grandfather knocked on the door and shouted. Tang Zheng got up and asked casually, Grandpa, how's the business at the acquisition center these days? Tang Dahai smiled. Business is very good. Everyone is very grateful to you. By the way, when I came back yesterday, I saw a lot of people blocking the entrance of the neighborhood. I don't know what happened. They're here for me. Looking for you. Tang Dahai was shocked. Grandpa, I haven't had the time to tell you something. My college entrance exam results are out. Tang Dahai put down his chopsticks and asked nervously, how was the exam? 740 points, first in the province. Tang Dahai was dumbfounded. First in the province? Is that true? Seeing Tang Zheng nod, Tang Dahai cried with joy. The heavens have eyes. You've worked so hard for so many years and you've finally reaped the rewards. Top scorer, in the past you could have been a big official. Tang Zheng laughed. Grandpa, that was in the past. Now I can only go to a good university. Same. Those reporters want to interview you. Yes, but I don't want to pay attention to them. I like a quiet life. Tang Dahai thought for a moment and said, well, we're children from poor families. There's no need to go on TV. It's best to go to school. But I want to tell this good news to my old friends and let them be happy. After breakfast, Tang Zheng couldn't wait to find Tian Chanzi. Hey, kid, what did you do last night? Tian Chanzi stared at him and asked curiously. Tang Zheng was startled. How did Tian Chanzi know that he did something unusual last night? It stands to reason that his cultivation hasn't broken through, so Tian Chanzi shouldn't have discovered anything strange. Kid, you still want to hide it from me? The pure yang energy in your body is so quiet. This is rare. Something must have happened last night. Tian Chanzi said with certainty. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the pure yang energy had been exposed. Last night, he had absorbed a large amount of pure yin energy, and now there was still a portion of it hovering in his dantian, so the pure yang energy was naturally well behaved. Did you absorb enough pure yin energy from somewhere? Tian Chanzi guessed, and it could be said that he saw blood. Tang Zheng was a little embarrassed. Tian Chanzi's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ha, kid, you didn't really take Lu Qingmei, did you? Tang Zheng said with a wry smile, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know? Tian Chanzi patted his shoulder and praised, hey, you finally understand. It seems that I didn't advise you so many times in vain. There is a huge difference between a profound yin body and a pure yin body. No wonder your pure yang energy was suppressed. Let me tell you, at least for a short time, your pure yang energy won't cause any trouble. Tang Zheng said with surprise, really? Of course, this time your harvest is not small. Not bad, you can be taught. Work harder. When you see that girl Yi Ding Dang again, you can also take her down. That would be perfect. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and said, if Shishir knew you said that, she would definitely not want to recognize you as her master. Tian Chanzi was not afraid of his threat and said, how could my disciple deceive his master and destroy his ancestors for such a trivial matter? Why don't you quickly tell me what happened last night? How did you suddenly become enlightened? This is not your style. Tian Chanzi and Tang Zheng had been together for a long time, so he still understood him very well. Tang Zheng did not hide anything and told him what happened last night. Tian Chanzi suddenly realized, so that's what happened. It seems that the flower thief also helped you. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Right now I am annoyed. Only by finding this flower thief can I wash away the injustice. How do I know who the flower thief is? Tian Chanzi said doubtfully. Of course I know you don't know. But this time there are many strange things. You are experienced and knowledgeable, so help me analyze it. For example, why was I unable to force the drug out of her body with true qi? This was a question that had been troubling him. Perhaps this question could be answered, then he could find clues and follow the vine to the melon to find the flower thief. If it was an ordinary drug, true qi can indeed be forced out. But in the cultivation world, there are similar aphrodisiacs, such as the Huan powder, which cannot be forced out with true qi. You mean that the flower thief is also a cultivator? Tang Zheng was surprised. 9 out of 10, otherwise if he jumped from that building, he would have been smashed to pieces. This point also shows that the other party is a master. But I can be sure that this person's cultivation is not very good. Otherwise, he would not have been scared away by you. Boy, you took advantage of him, hee. Tian Chanzi obviously did not have much hostility towards this flower thief. On the contrary, he felt that the other party had helped Tang Zheng a great deal. Tang Zheng did not think so. Although he did take advantage of the situation, his relationship with Lu Qingmei was not something he wanted to see. Tian Chanzi, since this person is also a cultivator, then we should find him. After all, maybe we can get more information about other cultivators from him. Tang Zheng suggested. Tian Chanzi's heart was moved. He nodded and said, that's a good idea. Then we must find this flower thief. But there is a little difficulty. Since you beat the grass to scare the snake, it shows that the other party is an extremely cautious person. It is absolutely not easy to find him. Then what about the Hahuan powder? Where did this thing come from? Tian Chanzi said, this thing is made by mixing several kinds of pollen together and then refining it with a special method. It is not too complicated, you can also refine it. How about you go and refine some and keep it as a backup? Tang Zheng rolled his eyes at him and said, Tian Chanzi, can you not be so wretched? Am I the kind of person who uses drugs? Hee, yes, you don't use drugs, you pick up the leftovers. That's why I have always said that your luck is exploding. Tang Zheng ignored the other party's ridicule. After thinking for a while, he still shook his head, I still have to investigate this matter. Then I will start with Takashi. Since he was the last person who sent Sister Mei home, maybe he knows something. Up to you, but remember, while the pure yang power in your body is suppressed, cultivate well and quickly improve your cultivation. Don't you still want to learn so many spells? I know. You go to Shishir today and teach her spells. I will go to Takashi. Tang Zheng waved his hand and went directly to the school. Yesterday, he heard that Takashi would be interviewed at the school, so he went to stop him. When he came to the school, there was no need to look for him at all. In front of the teaching building, Takashi was surrounded by a group of reporters and was being interviewed. He spoke with assurance and was full of confidence. The principal and the director of the Education Bureau also stood next to him. The three of them echoed each other and were very confident, causing many passing students to stop and watch. When someone saw Tang Zheng coming over, there was a lot of discussion. The fact that Tang Zheng, the top scorer, refused to be interviewed had caused a storm in the school. Many people felt that Takashi, the temporary replacement guy, was too lucky to have such a good opportunity to be famous. Some people felt that Tang Zheng was a fool and wasted such a good opportunity. Tang Zheng ignored other people's pointing, but when he walked over, the interview just ended and the reporters began to withdraw. Tang Zheng suddenly stopped in front of Takashi and said calmly, Takashi, I have something to talk to you about. The Education Bureau leader snorted and said disdainfully, what? Do you regret it now? Serves you right, this is the result of not cooperating. Tang Zheng was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He stared at Takashi and said, come with me, I have something to ask you. The director of the Education Bureau saw that he was being ignored and couldn't help but fly into a rage. What kind of attitude is this? Takashi, don't go with him. Mixing with this kind of person who doesn't know what's good for you will not help in the future. Chapter 200. Takashi lightly smiled and said, don't worry chief, I'll be right back. Then he followed Tang Zheng to the side of the school building. Tang Zheng stared at him intensely, trying to discern how much of his smile was real and how much was fake. But he always had a smile on his face, making it hard for others to see through him. He really changed. Tang Zheng said. Tang Zheng, why are you looking for me? Takashi asked. Tang Zheng went straight to the point and asked, did anything happen after you sent Teacher Lu home last night? Takashi blankly looked at him, no, did something happen? Takashi, there's only the two of us here, so there's no need to pretend. It's not like I don't know how much you hated me in the past. At that time Takashi found people to block Tang Zheng at the school gates and was prepared to teach him a lesson. But he was humiliated by Tang Zheng's pressure point technique. Takashi could not take this lying down. Takashi lightly smiled, that's all in the past. Now that we've graduated, I feel that those things are insignificant. As for the conflict between you and me, I also feel that it's not a problem. We're classmates, so why don't we look forward? Takashi's words were very pleasant to hear. But the more he was like this, the more Tang Zheng did not believe him. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's eyes turned cold and became incomparably sharp. He grabbed Takashi's collar and pushed him against the wall. He fiercely said, Takashi, don't play tricks with me. Speak, what are you trying to do by putting on such an act? Takashi lost his head out of fear and shouted, Tang Zheng, what are you doing? I know you can fight and I'm not your opponent, but is there a need for you to do this to a classmate? Takashi's shout attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was watching this good show and discussing spiritedly. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. This Takashi's disguise was really good, but he wasn't going to let him go just like that. He lifted Takashi's body and slammed it against the wall. Takashi screamed, Tang Zheng, what are you trying to do? What did you do last night? I didn't do anything. You keep asking about last night. What happened last night? Takashi frowned and asked suspiciously. Tang Zheng still couldn't get any useful information from Takashi's expression and words. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This Takashi was far more complicated than he thought. Takashi refused to let go. And looking at his appearance, he really didn't look like a cultivator like Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng helplessly put him down and warned, Takashi, no matter what you're planning, I'll keep an eye on you. As he said this, he pointed 2 fingers at Takashi's eyes. I'm not afraid of you keeping an eye on me. I'll let you keep an eye on me. Takashi said passionately. Tang Zheng coldly snorted, lifted his foot and walked away. Seeing Tang Zheng finally walk away, Takashi's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. He coldly muttered, last night you ruined my good thing. Lu Qingmei's mysterious Yin body was taken advantage of by you. Wait until I master my divine skill, I'll definitely let you die without a burial. Tang Zheng didn't hear Takashi's murderous words. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't let him go. The trail of the flower thief was cut off just like that. This made Tang Zheng very unwilling. Since the other party was a flower thief, Lu Qingmei certainly wasn't the only target. So he immediately ordered Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix to pay attention to the ordinary balance and other similar cases. He wanted to see if they could find any clues. Then, he went to practice spells with Fang Shishir. After spending a lot of effort, he finally learned shrinking earth into an inch. He also made rapid progress in array formation and alchemy, but what made him the happiest was the Heaven-Flying Immortal sword art. The Heaven-Flying Immortal had a total of 6 moves, and each move had 36 styles. When Tang Zheng sat cross-legged and operated the Heaven-Flying Immortal sword art, a miniature version of Tang Zheng appeared in his mind. He practiced the sword moves according to the sword manual. The first move, 36 styles, was instantly mastered, forming a powerful sword move, Wind Rises and Cloud Surge. These 4 words appeared on the sword manual in his mind. Tang Zheng clearly remembered that there were only sword moves in the sword manual in the past. There was no name for the sword move. He didn't expect that after mastering the first move, a name would appear. Tian Chanzi had been silently paying attention to him. Although he didn't move just now, the sword aura emitted from his body made Tian Chanzi's eyes light up. He praised, good kid, you've mastered the first move, Wind Rises and Cloud Surge, so quickly. Tang Zheng asked curiously, when you gave me the sword manual, why didn't the sword move have a name? Now that I've learned it, why did it appear? Tian Chanzi said unfathomably, this is the extraordinary part of the Heaven-Flying Immortal. Only by mastering the 36 styles of each move will the name of the sword move appear. Heaven-Flying Immortal is set up in this way. You don't have to be surprised. Then what are the names of the next 5 moves? Tang Zheng couldn't wait to ask. Tian Chanzi shook his head, since I told you that you have to master every move to have a name, then of course I won't tell you. This is the charm of the Heaven-Flying Immortal. When you haven't learned it, you won't be able to comprehend its subtlety. It's like an adventure that requires you to understand and learn step by step. Tang Zheng nodded his head in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. The next day, Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir went to school to fill in their application form. However, they were surprised to find that Lu Qingmei was no longer in school. They heard that she had resigned and left ordinary balance, which made everyone's jaws drop. Tang Zheng was secretly shocked. She must have left ordinary balance because of him. He hurriedly dialed her number, but was told that the number was no longer in service. Tang Zheng didn't even need to look for her to know that she must have moved. He sighed inwardly. It turned out that the two of them were really like passers-by in each other's lives. They had quietly disappeared from each other's lives. It made one feel lost. All of this was caused by that damned flower thief. When I find him, I'll definitely make him suffer. Tang Zheng made up his mind. Today, Fang Shishir was obviously not in a good mood. When she saw Tang Zheng fill in the application form for Yanqing University, her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. However, she also resolutely filled in the application form for Yanqing University. Tang Zheng looked at her in surprise. He thought that if she wanted to go abroad, she wouldn't fill in the application form. He didn't expect that she would still stubbornly apply to the same school as him. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to find time to communicate with her about studying abroad. The next few days were calm. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir didn't have anything to do other than practicing martial arts. During this time, Deng Maokai invited Tang Zheng to a meal. Because of his outstanding performance in the rescue operation of Lu Qingmei, he had been promoted from police chief to deputy chief. Deng Maokai understood that all of this was given to him by Tang Zheng. Moreover, Tang Zheng was Governor Lu's future son-in-law, so he had to curry favor with him even more. As for the flower thief, Lin who didn't have any clues. During this period of time, the ordinary balance was a bit strange. However, Takashi was very popular during this period of time. He was almost a household name. He accepted many interviews and appeared on television and newspapers. This made Feng Yong gnash his teeth in hatred. Behind his back, he fought for Tang Zheng's injustice many times. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang called to congratulate Tang Zheng on becoming the top scorer. They also brought him great news about the martial organization. After Marshall returned to the martial organization, she did not wake up. Even the two people who sent her back had died from the yin qi entering their bodies. Ding Yi and the rest had also mysteriously disappeared. The people of the martial organization were confused. They wanted to take revenge but could not find a target. This is why ordinary balance was so peaceful during this period of time. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that Marshall was seriously injured by the ghost general. She was seriously injured and unconscious. However, if she woke up, the martial organization would know everything. At that time, Tang Zheng would be in danger. Therefore, Tang Zheng's danger was not really eliminated. But this was enough. He had to take advantage of this period of time to make himself strong enough to deal with the crisis that may come in the future. The sun was shining brightly. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir carried their luggage and said goodbye to Tian Chanzi at the train station. The two of them were about to start their long-prepared trip to Dianan. "Boy, disciple, be careful on the road," Tian Chanzi warned. "Master, you should also be careful. We will miss you," Fang Shishir said with concern. Tian Chanzi laughed. "Don't worry, your master has such a high cultivation. No one can hurt me. Moreover, I have a puppet following me. I can basically open my mouth and stretch out my hand. I am incomparably free." Tian Chanzi, "This time I don't know what kind of treasure Mu Hongyan's deceased husband left behind. When I see the real thing, I will contact you," Tang Zheng said. A mysterious level treasure is also a powerful treasure. Originally, even the Tianji Daoist coveted it. If it is discovered by other cultivators, be careful not to be robbed, Tian Chanzi warned. "Don't worry, there are so few cultivators now. We shouldn't encounter it," Tang Zheng said unconcernedly. In any case, it's good to be careful. Well, you guys enter the station, I'm leaving. Tian Chanzi waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd with Huang Xiang. Feng Shishir was a little sad. Looking at their departing backs, she said, I don't know when I will see Master again. Tang Zheng put his arm around her shoulder and said, Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. This time, our main task is to travel. Feng Shishir also smiled and nodded, yes, Dianan has beautiful mountains and clear waters. The scenery is very beautiful. We must play to our heart's content. The two people passed the security check and boarded the train. This time they bought hard sleeper tickets. They could have bought plane tickets, but Feng Shishir thought that since it was a trip and there was enough time, the train ticket was the best choice. Feng Shishir slept on the lower bunk and Tang Zheng slept on the middle bunk. Tang Zheng had just put the two people's luggage on the luggage rack when a person rushed over and shouted, Make way, a beauty is going out, idlers should leave. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful figure rushed in front of Tang Zheng. Her breath was like orchids and she let out a long sigh, I finally found my bed. Then, she handed the luggage to Tang Zheng and said without any hesitation, Hey, handsome, help me put the luggage of this beauty up. Chapter 201. Tang Zheng curiously looked at the girl who acted as if she was familiar with him. She had a baby face, fair skin, chubby and very cute. She had short hair that reached her ears and was staring at Tang Zheng with her big black eyes. Amazed face, handsome, if you look at me like this, I will be shy. The baby face said playfully. Her face even blushed as if she was really shy. Tang Zheng felt that he was too abrupt and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. The baby face said seriously, I don't think you are embarrassed at all. You are looking very seriously. Tang Zheng's head trembled and the luggage in his hands almost fell. Why was this baby face so direct? Looking at Tang Zheng's embarrassed state, the baby face made a face and said, See, I hit the nail on the head. Look then look, I won't blame you. Aren't you born to be looked at? Tang Zheng was speechless. Hurry up and put my luggage up. Otherwise, your hands will shake again and it will fall. The baby face urged mischievously. Tang Zheng resentfully put the luggage down but heard the baby face exclaim in surprise, Wow, there is actually a beauty here. She is really beautiful. The baby face stared at Feng Shishir and said, Beauty, you are really beautiful and your skin is so good. Do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I can introduce you to a few. They are all handsome and rich young men. Feng Shishir didn't know whether to laugh or cry looking at the baby face. The other party's sudden familiarity made her a little uncomfortable. She already has a boyfriend. You don't need to introduce me. Tang Zheng sat beside Feng Shishir and took the opportunity to put his arm around her shoulders and said grandly. The baby face opened her mouth in surprise, Wow, so you are a couple. But, you are not as handsome as the handsome guys I mentioned. Tang Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You can't eat handsome. The baby-faced man shook his head in all seriousness. That's not true. Being handsome can make a living. Don't you see so many Xiaobai's faces? Don't they rely on their faces to make a living? Tang Zheng choked for a moment. He really couldn't understand her unconstrained thinking. Feng Shishir smiled and helped her boyfriend out of the situation. I still think he's the best in the world. The baby-faced man couldn't believe it. He glanced at Tang Zheng and said doubtfully, Really? Why can't I see his good side? It's very ordinary. Feng Shishir laughed secretly. How could Tang Zheng's excellence be seen by others so casually? I'm just an ordinary person. What's wrong with that? Tang Zheng asked unhappily. The baby-faced man said, There's nothing wrong with it. But it doesn't match with this beauty. It's fine as long as I like it. It's none of other people's business. Fang Shishir tightly held Tang Zheng's hand and helped him out of the situation. The baby-faced man shrugged and said, "Okay, then I won't meddle in other people's business." Tang Zheng said, "So you also know that you are meddling in other people's business. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Xiaotian. I'm from Beijing. I just finished the college entrance examination and came out to travel alone." The baby-faced man introduced himself as if they were close friends. "Li Xiaotian. Your name is quite special." Tang Zheng pondered. Li Xiaotian said as if it was natural, "Of course it's special. I just want to smile at the heavens and not be afraid of all difficulties and obstacles." Saying this, she looked up at the roof of the car and revealed a domineering smile. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir looked at each other at the same time. This girl seemed a bit different. Moreover, this name was given by my grandmother. She said that if a woman has to hold up half the sky, then the daughter of the Li family has to hold up half the sky. First of all, a name must have momentum. Do you think this name has momentum? Li Xiaotian stared at the two and asked. Fang Shishir smiled, "It does have momentum. I've introduced myself. Then you two should also introduce yourselves. My name is Tang Zheng. This is my girlfriend, Fang Shishir." Tang Zheng simply introduced himself. "Tang Zheng, this name is so familiar. I heard that the provincial champion here is called Tang Zheng." Li Xiaotian said doubtfully. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He had tried to be as low-key as possible, but he did not expect that even this baby-faced girl in the capital had heard of his name. "Hee, you and the provincial champion have the same name. This is also a great honor. It will also give you a lot of face," Li Xiaotian added. She did not seem to think that the person in front of her was the provincial champion. Tang Zheng was relieved. He really did not want to be recognized. "Please make way." Suddenly, a man in his 30s carrying a backpack came over and said to Li Xiaotian, who was blocking the aisle. Li Xiaotian looked back at the other person. Her eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible surprise. She smiled and said, "Wow, this trip is really interesting. It seems that my choice was right." The man looked at her and without a word put his luggage on the middle bunk. Then he took off his shoes and silently climbed onto the middle bunk. Handsome, why are you so cold? Sitting in the same car is also fate. Come down and chat for a while." Li Xiaotian called out as if they were close friends. The man ignored her and turned around. His back was facing everyone. He did not say a word and seemed to have fallen asleep. Li Xiaotian shrugged and said, "The journey is long. What's the point of just sleeping and not talking? Could it be that you want to sleep well during the day and be a night owl at night?" The man's back muscles instantly tightened and then quickly returned to a relaxed state. This scene was coincidentally seen by Tang Zheng, who got up. His heart could not help but tremble. Li Xiaotian's seemingly unintentional words caused this cold man to have such a big reaction. This was an almost instinctive vigilance reaction. This meant that the other person was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Tang Zheng also felt a murderous aura from the other person. Although it was well hidden, it still did not escape Tang Zheng's fiery eyes. And this Li Xiaotian, who was very familiar with him, gradually gave Tang Zheng a strange feeling. Her words were definitely not unintentional, but targeted, deliberately said like this. However, no matter what the other person's identity was, Tang Zheng was not interested. He just wanted to reach Dianan safely. Sure, you take a nap first. I'll go for a walk." Tang Zheng gave Fang Shishir a look and said. Fang Shishir understood and nodded. "Tang Zheng, what's there to see on this train?" Li Xiaotian asked. Tang Zheng said, "Reading thousands of books, traveling thousands of miles, you can see different stories from different people. I like to see different stories, so while I'm at it, I might be able to see different stories." So insightful. Amazing. Li Xiaotian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Tang Zhen walked through the aisle, but the corner of his eyes kept looking at the other passengers. There was no one worth paying attention to. It seemed that other than the two people opposite him who were a bit strange, the others were normal passengers. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen came to the soft sleeper. The soft sleeper was much higher class than the hard sleeper. There was a door to protect a certain amount of privacy. Tang Zhen aimlessly walked forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw a strong man come out of a private room. He quickly closed the door and walked towards the bathroom. Martial artist. Tang Zhen immediately recognized the other person's identity. He was a 6th grade refining body martial artist. A martial artist appearing on the train could not help but attract Tang Zhen's attention. Thus, he waited for a while. The martial artist came out of the bathroom and walked towards the private room. Tang Zhen slowly walked towards the other person. He was no different from the other passengers. The moment the martial artist opened the door to the private room, Tang Zhen also happened to pass by the door. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that there were 3 people sitting inside. One was an 8th grade martial artist, one was a 6th grade martial artist, and the last was an ordinary middle-aged man. He had a fat head and big ears. With one look, he could tell that he was a rich local tyrant. Tang Zhen remembered this in his heart. He walked around and made sure that there was no one else worth paying attention to. Then, he returned to his seat. Fang Shishir was lying on the bed. Seeing him return, she smiled sweetly. Tang Zhen touched her forehead and said in a low voice, "Go to sleep." Fang Shishir closed her eyes and entered her dreams. Tang Zhen also went to the middle bunk. Separated by the narrow space in the middle, he sized up the cold man's back. His back was very broad. Tang Zhen could imagine the explosive power hidden under the other person's clothes. This is also a martial artist. Moreover, he is an expert. I can't see through his cultivation. This means that he is at least a 1st grade natal stage expert. Tang Zhen pondered. With such a strong killing intent, this person must have taken someone's life. The key point was, what was the purpose of this person sitting on this train? Tang Zhen was puzzled. His gaze involuntarily fell on Li Xiaotian's body. She was leaning against the carriage with her headphones on. She seemed to be intoxicated by the music. Her body does not have any fluctuations of inner strength. However, from the information she revealed, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Then why did she appear on this train? One question after another filled Tang Zheng's mind. He did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he became excited. Li Xiaotian's words seemed to indicate that something would happen tonight. As night fell, the carriage became quiet. In the middle of the night, the lights in the carriage were extinguished. Everyone fell into darkness. Many people entered their dreams. Only the clanging sound of the wheels and the train tracks was left. Tang Zhen faced the bed. He seemed to be asleep and did not move. After a few hours, when Tang Zhen thought that nothing would happen tonight, a rustling sound came from behind him. This sound was very soft. It was almost negligible compared to the sound of the train. However, Tang Zhen was too close to the source of the sound, so he could hear it clearly. The cold man in the middle bunk got off the bed and walked towards the soft sleeper carriage. Tang Zhen was preparing to climb up and chase after him. However, he heard a clear sound from the lower bunk opposite him. Then, he followed with light footsteps. Tang Zhen shivered. This Li Xiaotian actually chased after him. Is she not afraid? Who is she? After a long while, Tang Zhen vigilantly got off the bed. After confirming that no one would notice him and that Fang Shishir was sleeping soundly, he stepped on the carpet in the aisle and tiptoed towards the soft sleeper carriage. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.